Okay, we're now live.
Thank you all for being here at our regular board meeting. I call the August 26, 2024 school board meeting to order. It is 5 p.m. We are in conference room C of the Fisher Administration Building at 12121 West North Avenue. Ms. Summers, please call the roll.
Mr. Morris?
Excused.
Dr. Hoig?
Yes.
Dr. Worley?
Here.
Ms. Emerald-Rowland? Here. Mr. Meyer?
Here.
Dr. Jessup Enger?
Here, and we do have a quorum this evening. We will begin with an opportunity for public comment. Members of the Wauwatosa School Board value the input of students, parents, staff members, and community members. The board's regularly scheduled meetings provide an opportunity for opinions and concerns to be expressed publicly. The board values all comments and will respectfully consider this input in decision-making. The board requests that individuals limit their comment on each item to 3 minutes. Following any comment, an individual board member may respond on the issue raised. However, it is not the intent of public comment portion of the agenda for the board to enter into debate with a member or members of the community. Because non-agenda items are not publicly posted in advance, no action will be taken on public comment regarding non-agenda items this evening. We've got 30 minutes at the outset set aside for public comment. Dr. Worley, can I ask you to do the 3-minute timer? And Jenny, can you do the overall 30-minute timer? And then Dr. Worley, if you can let folks know when they're about 30 seconds left when we want to wrap up. I'll start with any public comment we have this evening in the room.
So I'm really upset about the revelations that over a year-long period, we were spending more money than we had budgeted for, and somehow no one noticed. I'm upset because it was occurring at exactly the same time as administration officials were touring the district to ask community members to raise taxes on themselves to entrust the public schools. I'm upset because these revelations happened at the same time as teachers are learning that their health insurance premiums are rising in such a way that it'll effectively be clawing back much needed raises that the district has given them. I'm glad to have Mr. Ecker on board. His explanation of the budgeting discrepancy makes sense to me, and his plans to do things differently ought to prevent this kind of problem again in the future. I'm glad that the board has clarified for the media and the community that no one covered up this mistake and that we went public now rather than waiting for confirmation from an external audit after the referendum vote. Commendable. But about that referendum vote, I am of the opinion that it absolutely must pass, especially the operating referendum. If anything, and I know Mr. Ecker is working on this, the recent revelations mean we have likely lowballed ourselves and that 64.4 million that the district is asking for won't go as far as projected. If anything, we need the referendum more than we thought we did. Having to cram ourselves within our revenue limit number will mean severer reductions, a steeper drop in our spending than we thought it would. We in this community as a whole, whether we like it or not, need this referendum to pass. We cannot afford to underspend our neighboring districts by thousands of dollars per pupil. We may as well put up billboards all up and down the interstate saying we're cool with being the Miami Marlins of the Milwaukee Metro districts. People make a lot of noise about leaving the district if the referendum passes, but I don't think anyone is prepared for the scale of the exodus if it fails. The largest barrier to passing a referendum has always been the community's abysmal level of confidence in the district's financial management. Obviously, this doesn't help. I would like to see the district take immediate steps, not only to correct its internal budgeting and reporting procedures, as Mr. Ecker is already doing, but to actively build faith in the community. The board ought to establish standing advisory and oversight committees made up of community volunteers, one for the administration in general and one for finances in particular, so that emerging issues can be addressed right away rather than malingering and poisoning the well. The district needs to be absolutely clear and proactive in its communications, in putting out correct information about its plans and in addressing any misunderstandings around the community. Installing guardrails around budgetary procedures and reporting is a good step, but it's also the absolute minimum. District leadership needs to be worthy of the community's trust, and it needs to show the community that it is, and it needs to do that now. Thank you.
Good timing. Thank you. Hello, my name is Concerned Wauwatosa Citizen. I am here tonight with a Midwest nice smile on my face, not asking, not demanding, but a step just below demanding that a forensic audit is initiated within the Wauwatosa School District. I believe this is the only way we are going to be able to build trust in this community. Let us not forget that the motto started by the school board is trust, but verify. This was started by former school board member Leanne Fraley when she was vice president and Eric Jessabanger was president. Let us not forget that the recent survey done citywide of residents showed that only 33% of Wauwatosa residents felt the district is doing a good job with managing finances. This cannot be the external audit that's done yearly. That is not enough of a deep dive into the finances and practices of this district. It cannot solely be the information shared by our new CFO, who is now an employee of the district. This must be an independent investigation. School Board Policy 9140 should also be enacted so that a citizen advisory committee can be formed to point out some of the areas that should be looked at in a forensic audit. We had an in-depth investigation by Amanda St. Hilaire on the scandal involving Abbott. And what was it? $100 million plus payouts and wasted money on that. What about the payouts to the former CFO? She may know something and could be interviewed so that we can make sure that we can trust what we're learning. This also must include the ESSER funding that the Wauwatosa School District received. We need to see how particularly the SR3 funds requiring 20% expenditures on certain populations of students to include those with disabilities was spent. Speaking of those with disabilities, we also need to investigate the 2018 referendum and how that was spent on ADA issues. We've already established, here is the document telling the community, Mr. Morris brought this up live in a board meeting, and that this is the document telling how our money would be spent. I pointed out there are discrepancies. There are things on this document from 2018 referendum money that show up on the 2023 ADA facility assessment. I want to correct myself. I said the Fisher building, but indeed it is the Montessori building.
30 seconds.
So we need to look at this in order to have any trust. I've already expressed that I feel the language on ADA in the facilities referendum. I've already shared this. Nobody should trust that language. They should not. That's not even language used in the law. Okay, let's see here. Why were we informed on, or not we, the public was not informed until August 22nd of the issues with the district. Okay, well, so in conclusion, the only way people can move forward in this community to trust what is happening is a forensic audit. We must trust because it has to be verified.
Barb Shane here, concerned citizen and taxpayer. No, I don't have kids, but I care about all of yours. So I'm going to be here and call this out. I sat in this room talking about not raising the limit on spending before scrutiny in the school board. For individual expenditures, it was deemed to be expedient to raise that limit without oversight. In hindsight, I think that was a poor decision because here we are with the elephant on the dining room table and the elephant's rather rotten. Looking at Mr. Ecker's work, I thank him for his wonderful work as far as digging into this. It's a horribly uncomfortable subject. I would formally request this board, and I will be requesting my legislators for a forensic oversight from the state, as I know this happened with MPS. There is a contract with an accounting firm already in place that would likely not result in charges for the Wauwatosa School District, but I believe that it's in the best interest of the school board, of the district, and of Mr. Ecker's work to offer a second set of eyes that may have additional insight as well as suggestions for solutions. I find it reprehensible that I see money spent, $11,000 on furniture, $50,000 on offices. I want our kids educated. I want our teachers looked after and paid accordingly so that we have quality education. It is not anti-referendum. It is calling for accountability so that we spend that money responsibly. And looking at ADA issues, we're bringing that up in a second referendum? Really? That was the whole point of the first referendum. I was told I opposed access for disabled kids. Absolutely a lie. But, we got to do a false equivalency when we don't have valid points to stand on. I wore a brace. I was one of those disabled kids. How dare you? So I want those kids to have disabled access. They should have had it already. We shouldn't be asking far down the road for something that was already paid for by the taxpayers, and we can do better in this school district. And I would ask for that forensic audit formally, please.
Hi, my name is Kristen Hagan. I'm a parent of 4 kids, 2 of whom are at Washington, 2 will be there later. I'm here for them. I've been hearing the statements made tonight and kind of following along the many comments on various online forums that have been kind of floating back and forth lately. And I'm really happy to see that the majority of our community, kids or no kids, we all seem to agree on quite a lot. First, it's clear that we all really care about and want what's best for our kids and our teachers. And we also expect accountability and transparency from our district administration and school board. I've seen many, though, opposing the upcoming referenda questions based on the recent budget developments, calling for accountability first, referendum later. My sincere question for the people shouting that particular battle cry is, given what we know that our district needs funding, how does a failed referendum benefit anyone? Especially the kids, teachers, and community that we all claim to want the best for. How would a failed referendum benefit our kids? A failed referendum will mean cuts to programming our kids enjoy, increased class sizes, and backward progress in terms of behavior and social emotional support that we've gained. How would a failed referendum benefit our teachers? Many have already pointed out the teachers are already unfairly bearing the burden of these budget issues that we have. And this is only going to get worse with a failed referendum. Teachers will be expected to do even more with even less. And as someone pointed out online, why would teachers continue to stay here? If teachers are already leaving our district and if morale is already low, how is a failed referendum going to improve any of those circumstances? How is a failed referendum going to benefit our community? People move to these communities like I did, in part for the schools. Strong schools increase property values, they make communities thrive, they attract families and businesses. It's all the same ecosystem, and if that starts to deteriorate, it's just as much as a deterrent to new families coming in as are greater taxes. And let's just say that changes are precipitated on the board and our administration. What can a new administration and board do without funds? No matter who's at the helm, we need funding to run a district. If we say no to the upcoming referendum questions, we're backed into a corner and we're going to be forced to make cuts that are no doubt going to adversely affect our teachers and our kids. So let's say yes and push for some more accountability and transparency. If we all claim to care so much about our kids, teachers, and our community, let's vote like it. Thanks.
My name is Kate Bertram, 38-year resident in the district, 21-year homeowner and taxpayer. It was an unfortunate accounting error. It was a bad budget. It was a human error. Something fell through the cracks. This is what we've heard this week due to an egregious accounting error. When Keith Brightman was brought into the role, taxpayers were told of his great depth of experience and that would serve TOSA well. Now Brightman is being blamed. I'm questioning, was it lack of oversight or did he stop using Microsoft Excel? Formulas don't lie, but formulas and cells can be manipulated. It's not a surprise blame is placed on someone who's left the district. That's too easy. And when the district reported that only 33% thought you all were managing funds appropriately in a good or great manner, they were bamboozled at even 33% of that thinking. Accounting errors have no room in school districts, and they have no room on any other board or any other business in the world. I'm asking today for a private external audit of the accounting worksheets. This flawed math brings extreme pause and concern by the taxpayers, and we would be irresponsible to conduct anything without so. It's not about question 1 or 2 collectively, to answer your question. It's about a budget that we can't trust from the top. And that's what we're asking for is let's start with an audit to ask questions. Let's support the teachers and the students with an operating budget that we know we can trust the numbers. Thank you.
Name's Kathy Campbell. I've been a resident for 43 years and a taxpayer. And what's disheartening to me is to hear people think this is new. And we moved here because of the school system, and it has not been that school system in years. And the other thing is too, financially, I read the audits that were done the last couple of days. And in the footnotes for the last 3 years, it has talked about that the district hasn't been doing financial statements. You've deferred it to the company to do it, the auditor, and they've asked it to be done here in the school district, and that they weren't being reviewed on a monthly basis, and they suggested that too. So it's not just what happened a couple of months ago or whatever that's been revealed. This has been an ongoing issue that has been neglected as part of what the auditors recommended. So I too am asking for accountability. And with that accountability, I don't know who's on the finance committee. I should say I did look, but I just hope some of them are accountants and that they understand what needs to be done. Because the few people that I know offhand, I know they're not. And it's a big budget. And some of these oversights should have been caught. If you're looking at a monthly financial statement, you're supposed to be looking for variances too. So there was a big miss here. Again, not just this year. I just was in awe reading this, going, this is 3 years in a row in the footnotes that the district was asked to do something about this. So I am for the kids. I am one who says accountability first. There is money being taken out of the fund balance, we were told, for this next year, but it's also in 4 years, we're going to be back at the referendum because the costs are recurring. Teacher salaries, teacher health care. I'm all for them having that, but we need accountability first, and then we can get a good budget. And I'm also want the board to be at 15 seconds. Thank you.
My name is Nikki Etter, and I'm a Wauwatosa parent. I've got one child at Longfellow and another at East. And I'd like to share a statement from Yes to Tosa Kids that we shared with our supporters recently. Yes to Tosa Kids is a grassroots organization of parents and community members that is independent of the school district and school board. We shared the community's deep concerns about the budgeting errors that led to the recent discovery that the district's operating budget shortfall is even larger than expected, cutting even more into the district's financial reserves. Based on last week's finance committee meeting and materials, the district's new chief financial officer has shown that he's committed to rectifying the errors, improving transparency and procedure going forward, and has a plan to account for the overage. Though an overspend is never desirable, we're encouraged that the spending was all appropriate and improved. The prompt remedial action that the new CFO has taken is the type of measure that will enhance accountability and build confidence going forward. And as we've seen tonight, that's clearly vital. What this budget analysis shows us is that it's even more critical to support our schools through the referenda this fall, so that the forward momentum started this past year can continue into next year and into the future. The plan to invest in our teachers and staff is showing results. We learned this past week that it's more expensive than the district initially thought. But the decision point for the community is the same as it has been. Are we a community that values and invests in our public schools? That is what truly is on the ballot this November.
Hi, Margaret Rich. Just really disappointed in the budget issue that came out. My husband was on the task force, which had been meeting for a year, started a year ago, and constantly asked for a budget and never got one. And if he was asking, why weren't any of the board members asking if they never saw a budget? That's your responsibility to be a fiscal agent for our district. And to your point over here about accountability first before a referendum, there's several things that have shown we need accountability, starting with the budget, starting with the issue with the curriculum that it hadn't been updated for 10 years when you're supposed to be doing it every 3 years. And the issue, I don't know if it was West or district-wide, but the calculation of the school hours that wasn't done properly. There have been many instances where we need accountability. We need to see changes at the district level, not put the blame on the students or the teachers. So until we can get our act together here, then let's look at a referendum. But we're not ready.
I'm new to the district since 2018 referendum passed. My daughter will go into senior kindergarten this year, so we're invested for the long haul from here. My understanding is that as a concerned parent, the school referendum is needed now more than we expected it to be. I do have a question though about addressing the community's level of distrust in the board and in the district. I'm pleased to know that the funds overspent recently acknowledged that they were not for things outside of the required for staff, students in the actual district. There was nothing, negatively seen there. However, passing the referendum is so important, and I just feel like there might be a level of distrust in the community now that I would really like to be addressed through communication or availability of the board or other people to answer the questions that I'm seeing online, me personally, and within my friendship group. We love the district. We want to support the staff and students. We know it's more vital now than it ever has been before. I am concerned that the outcome of a failed referendum will affect our children and our teachers. And I understand that we have questions about accountability, but we have a responsibility to pass a referendum so that our staff and our district are able to have the means to be able to address the problems that are already occurring and that need our help now more than ever.
Any final comment in the room this evening? Jamie, I don't see any hands online either. With that, I'm going to
hands raised.
With that, I'm going to close public comment, but make a comment myself. I'm glad that the community is here. You are demanding to know exactly what happened. You're demanding that this should have never happened, that it can never happen again, and that we have to do all we can, both in our systems that we have and our own accountability, in communicating in a completely transparent way what has happened, everything that happens going forward, to ensure that you are all completely confident in absolutely everything we do. I completely agree with all that. I'm glad you're demanding it, and we will do everything we can to meet those expectations. We are going to come back to this topic on an agenda item later this evening, where there will be some additional presentations, significant information shared, some statements from the board, an opportunity for the board to ask questions. For now, we are going to move into selection of a new board member. We have 3 individuals who have put forward their documentation, including resume, notice of intent, possible letters of recommendation, and 2 are here with us this evening, and 1 is here virtually with us this evening. Before this evening started, Ms. Julia Summers did a random draw with the candidates, and the order of which they will be able to answer questions and do presentations is the following. First is going to be Robert Helbig. Second, Jason Wattier. And third is our virtual candidate, Leah Watley. Board members, I believe you should have questions in front of you. Dr. Worley, I'm going to have you start with the first question for each candidate.
Mr. President, at this time, I move that this is a formal motion. I move that we table this matter. And the reason for that, and I do this with a heavy heart, that the board was informed on Wednesday, August 21st, that board members had requested legal counsel provide a legal opinion on reorganization of Milwaukee Public Schools and Wauwatosa School District boundaries, which is essentially a merger of part of MPS with Wauwatosa Schools. Now, I do not want to be a part of this kind of private process. So I believe that the board should agenda a vote to release this legal opinion to the public. Now, because of how the board is operating, I prefer that we don't make this selection tonight, that we wait and let the voters elect the new member of seat 7. That's all I have to say.
I would say, Mr. Meyer, I have not been involved in any of those discussions or requests or conversations.
Sir, you are board president and access to legal services is managed by you. So I don't understand how this happened without you knowing about it. I will take you on your word if you didn't know about it.
The extent of anything I knew is that there was board member curiosity about the topic.
Well, we have paid money for this while we're cutting healthcare benefits for teachers maybe. And okay, I can handle whatever topic we choose to talk about, but there's all kinds of talk here at the microphone now about transparency and what this board is doing. And there have been rumors over the years about some wild proposal to merge MPS and Wauwatosa schools. And it was always said, well, that's silly, that's silly. Well, folks, we have a legal opinion now addressing the question. And I think we need transparency and release it to the public. And I think this directly relates to referendum question number 2, which is the capital referendum. We have 2 referendum questions, one for operations to pay salaries. That's a different question from the capital referendum to maintain 9 elementary schools. So we have a capital referendum to maintain 9 elementary schools, while somebody on the board wants to know about, for whatever reason, we don't know, because there is no transparency here, about why would we want to bring on part of MPS into Wauwatosa.
My response, Mr. Meyer, would be, I have no concerns releasing any information that legal counsel, I have not seen any of this information. I was not party to making any specific request. I don't necessarily see the connection between that item and the selection of a board member who will carry out this term.
Okay, so the legal opinion was provided to the full board on Wednesday, and you say you haven't seen the opinion.
I'll be honest,
Okay.
I have not read that yet.
Okay.
And
The problem is secret operations and trust. So how many people have asked me whether this selection of the replacement board member is rigged, whether it's been pre-decided? Because people are suspicious of our processes. This does not help.
There is a motion on the floor. I will entertain a second. With no second, that motion dies.
Thank you, Mike.
Say anything?
I was wondering, could I ask a question? Mr. Meyer, were you at the retreat last board retreat where we were at
We were here.
Wilson? No.
It was the elementary school.
It was the elementary school. Were you there with us?
No, I wasn't able to be there, and you held it in a room with limited seating for the public. And you also did not live stream the meeting. So no, I wasn't there. I didn't think it was appropriate to operate it like that. for example.
That's how we've always done board retreats, and there were members
We
of
were
the public
public.
there.
Okay, what does this have to do with my motion that has now failed and is not up for discussion anymore? What are you suggesting here? That you had some planning to merge MPS during
No,
that
I'd
meeting?
be happy to answer.
Oh, sure,
What
go
my
ahead.
recollection is that we were doing some brainstorming
Mhm.
about the dropping residential numbers at a time when a lot of community members wanted to see all of our elementary schools stay open. So I don't even remember who it was, but somebody on the board, or maybe a few people, said, well, there are some communities in which the residency in a certain city does not always match school districts. And so we said, oh, that's really interesting. I know for myself, I didn't know that there were cities that it's set up that way. So that then ensued in a question of, would there be there are many streets in around Wauwatosa, where in fact there's a street near my house where 4 of the houses are Wauwatosa and the rest are Milwaukee. And so that ensued in a conversation of, we were sure that the people who owned those houses would have to be the ones to come to some conclusion about whether they wanted to switch districts, but was that even something they could consider? And so my understanding is that was, something that we at that time in that room talked about wanting to learn more. And one of the things we would have to learn more in order to do anything else about that was, is it even something that can be practiced between these two cities in Wisconsin? And the legal opinion that we received was that it can't, and that is not something that we can pursue.
Dr. Worley, if I may,
Yeah, please.
that's what I remember as well.
Oh, but wait, excuse me. When was that meeting? That you say, and I know I missed it. When was it?
October. I think it was.
I just know I drove here and
Okay.
it was over there.
Okay, well, why wasn't the opinion released to the board until Wednesday, August 21st of 2024? Why not? Why wasn't it released to the full board? Why did I not know anything about that actual legal opinion?
I don't. So if I may, Dr. Worley, that's how I remember the situation as well. And I was asked to get more information on it. I did not feel comfortable just giving my personal opinion, so I sought a legal opinion. And I think the retreat was actually in February. And candidly, it was not a priority considering all the other things that we had in the district. We eventually were able to work with legal counsel because it took them some time to research it as well. They finally completed their research, and as soon as I received their completed report, I sent it to the entire board. I just didn't share it with one person. I shared it with the full board.
Okay, so you understand that there's a theory out there now that the board knows that we don't have enough resident students to keep Jefferson School open. Yet we have a referendum question number 2 to do deferred maintenance on Jefferson School. And therefore, we're going to put taxpayer referendum money from this November vote into Jefferson School. And lo and behold, after we have the money, we fixed up the building. Now, so whatever this, it has a bad appearance, folks. It looks like we're planning something for later.
February 10th,
Mr.
by the way.
Mayor.
I looked at February 10th, by the way.
Thank you, February 10th. And Mr. Mayor, I think for someone who's a skeptic that what you just shared is absolutely true. And I mean, it's the board's documents that you have to decide if you want to release it publicly or not. But even if there were board members who wanted to pursue that theory, the legal opinion shared that it can't happen legally. It is not plausible. I think what Dr. Worley shared was there was curiosity from some board members because Wauwatosa and Milwaukee is one of those unique communities, unique communities where they border one another. But the legal opinion clearly stated that since Milwaukee is a city of the first class, there's no way that there's any opportunity to take a portion of that community and include it into Wauwatosa.
Okay, now I've read the legal opinion. I cannot in any way, shape, or form speak to the content of the legal opinion because it's privileged, unless the board votes to release it. I note here, though, that some 2-3 years ago, I, as a board member, was told we had a legal opinion that the Abbott purchase was ethical. And I trusted. And lo and behold, when you read the opinion later, you go, uh-oh, this is not good. So I think, I wish I could say I agreed with the opinion or that it makes sense or that the idea is ridiculous or it's a good idea, but I can't say anything about the opinion now because it's not in public. So I think we owe it to people who are going to vote November 2nd on referendum question 2, that the board, as soon as is practical, at the next regular meeting, agenda a vote to release this opinion. And then whether it's a kerfuffle all to do about nothing or whether it's something, then people can form their own opinion about that. But right now, without it being released, it just has this non-transparency feel again. And I go, well, here we go again. The way to be transparent is to be transparent. And so that's my advocacy here. That's all this is about. And like I said, I do this with a heavy heart. So thank you for hearing me.
Mr. Meyer, my struggle is in the way that you present these pieces of information or your concerns, in that it becomes an accusation. Regularly becomes an accusation against the board that something nefarious has happened.
Regular what? Regular what? Why did you pay me $132,500? Because nothing was going on?
Pain and suffering, for your mental anguish.
I'm not going to speak to that because
You are speaking to it because you're saying regularly here. You're saying
I'm
I have a
gonna
pattern
ask
of
for-
irresponsible behavior.
I'm going to ask for order right now. There was a motion. We did not take it up. Mr. Meyer, if you'd like to request that as an agenda item.
I so request.
Thank you.
Here's the question, Dr. Jessamine. Is there an opportunity for the board to make a motion tonight to vote to release the legal opinion?
Shouldn't be talking about this.
Right.
You're not agenda for it.
It has nothing to do with, it has nothing to do with the person being on the board either, which is part of our policy.
So, because I don't think there's anything in that, we should release it as soon as possible. So I would just urge the board, utilize Robert's Rules of Order, find a way to release the information as soon as possible. Because as the board member stated, there's nothing nefarious or any plan that I'm aware of that is associated with that legal opinion. In my role, I was simply following up on a curiosity for board members, and I wanted it to be factual. And so I didn't want it to be what the superintendent thought. We had a legal opinion provided. But I also understand and respect Mr. Meyer's concern, and let's put it on the table. I mean, and let's let the sunshine of transparency be the disinfectant that we all need. So as soon as we can get that out there, I think the better we will all be served.
Maybe we should schedule as soon as possible a meeting so that's on the agenda so people can have notice.
If
I think you could do it tonight, Robert. Well, you have to
I
check
think I'd rather just make sure we have the notice.
and post it. That's fine.
I have no concerns about, as I shared before, I have not even had a moment to review that. It's not on my radar. And so I'd be happy to release that to the public.
I agree. I think it should be, I think that it's certainly something that is available and should be available. I don't think anyone ever intended it to not, but it's pretty much as.
I agree, but also, Dr. Worley, do you not agree that we were in a brainstorming session?
We're in a public
Our schools are in a dire position. The community has looked to us to say, figure out a way out of this. We sat in a room for hours, as we do all the time, volunteering our time, racking our brains to try to figure out how to get out of this position that we're in. And then to be accused of things that are nefarious is just,
You have not been accused of anything.
I'm going to.
But I'd say, did you do something that you're worried about being accused?
Release it.
No, we have no problem. It was, I absolutely agree that it was in response to a community, the community wanting a better option than closing elementary schools.
And this has nothing to do with voting for the
Nothing.
next.
It has to do with trust
Absolutely not.
and transparency and secret dealings of the board.
Because it's not agenda, and it
Again,
has nothing
nefarious.
to do
Using us
with,
in nefarious
with
Colleagues,
appointing
can-
one of the three candidates.
I think
who's
it
here
does have to
help
do
the
with it.
district.
I think it does have everything to do with it.
Mr.
Oh,
Meyer.
shame on you, for you who have called me a liar in the past. Shame on you. And shame on you, Dr. Hoyt, for who has called me unethical in the past.
I am going to ask us to pause, take a 5-minute recess, and we will return to vote and hear from our possible new board colleagues. I was just asking if folks could, if you want to continue conversations, if you could step into the hallway, that would be appreciated. I'm going to ask us to do better in terms of our decorum. In terms of my colleagues on the board, for the remainder of the evening, sometimes we are more formal, sometimes we are less formal. I would ask that you wait until I recognize you and call on you. I know we've often been good at that, but we certainly have gotten away from that this evening. From those in the audience, I would ask that you refrain from kind of loud commentary and let's be our best for everyone watching, for our community. Let's be our best selves for who our community is. I'm sure we can get there. We are returning to the opportunity for 3 individuals who are willing to take on a substantial role and responsibility as community leaders and community volunteers. The board has a series of questions that was available in the packet at the time it was sent out. All 3 of the board members, as I shared before, submitted information related to resumes, possible letters of recommendation, and a commitment to and a intent to serve on the board. We will this evening, after hearing from each of them, then have votes. All of the votes are public and recorded with individuals' names on them. And all of that is done and able to be reviewed and requested as the community wishes. The individuals selected will then be immediately seated and take the oath of office that will be administered by Mr. Meyer, our board clerk. And we will then continue with the rest of the meeting. Mr. Bob Helbig is our first candidate with us this evening. You're welcome to come sit at the table or stand at the mic, whichever you prefer.
I can stand. Is this on? Everybody hear me okay? Good evening. I'm Bob Helbig, and I thank you for considering my appointment to the school board. This board is facing many challenges, and nobody knows that better than you. My hope is to offer you my time and energy as a doer, as a collaborator, as a leader, to help you make some important decisions. I want to briefly share with you who I am and who I am not. I've lived in Wauwatosa for nearly 30 years. I have 2 adult daughters who attended Tosa Public Schools. I'm a serial volunteer and a problem solver. When people ask me what I do for a living, I say I'm in the people business. I enjoy working with other people to do great things. My volunteer work has included 10 years as director of the Wauwatosa Shock Youth Softball Club, president of the Wauwatosa Council of PTAs, president of the Tosa West PTA, president of the Whitman Middle School PTA, and treasurer of the Madison Elementary PTA. I was also co-founder and director of the Junior Trojans Youth Volleyball Club. I mentioned that not to sound like a do-gooder, but as someone who's been deeply involved and in a leadership position to get things done. I'm not a crusader. I don't come before this board with an agenda. I'm not partisan. I'm not a politician. I'm focused on finding solutions and working with others. My background is in journalism. I spent 20 years working as a reporter and editor at the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel and the Milwaukee Journal. I'm trained to ask questions, gather information, and to communicate what I know. Also trained to sweat the details. Most recently, I worked for a company that gathers research on the employee workplace experience. I understand high-performing organizations and what workers need to achieve their best. In short, I'm offering myself to this board because your work is hard. I can help. This work's very serious and requires laser focused attention. If you were to ask me why I want to do this, I would say because I want to simply help good people make good decisions. And I'm happy to answer your questions.
Dr. Worley.
Please help us understand how your background will expand the expertise of the board.
Sure. As I mentioned, I was deeply involved in Tulsa schools as a parent for 15 years, as a PTA leader. Very involved in the community, especially youth sports. I mentioned my background as a journalist, background in workplace research and understanding how organizations work. Also served as a union president at the Journal Sentinel for 5 years and served on 3 bargaining committees and helped negotiate contracts there. I also have an appreciation for teaching, having taught part-time at UW Waukesha.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Meyer.
No questions.
Of all the things the Wauwatosa School District is responsible for, what are the 3 that are most important to you?
I think the decisions I make will be through the lens of responsible use of tax dollars for everyone in the community. We heard from some folks tonight who don't have kids in Tulsa schools right now, but are very passionate about the decisions made here, and I respect that. Making sure we offer an exceptional education for our children and making sure we're creating a thriving work environment for teachers and staff.
Thank you.
Commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion is frequently identified by district stakeholders as a key priority. How have you demonstrated such a commitment in previous work or volunteer experiences?
Thank you. I'm a big proponent of diversity, equity, and inclusion for many reasons. Chief among them is that it creates better organizational outcomes. Companies committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion outperform those that don't. I think on that basis alone, DEI is incredibly important. The company I work for identifies companies that have strong DEI policies, and I work with our media partners to share that information, to shine a spotlight on companies that are doing great work. I think critics of DEI often don't understand how it works or what it means. Chief among them, people will refer to quotas or mandates, when in fact DEI policy is really just a systematic way to ensure everyone has a chance at opportunities, a chance to contribute, and a chance to advance.
When faced with a controversial topic within the district community, how would you arrive at your decision?
Well, things got a little spicy here tonight, and what I can say is through my leadership positions, I've learned to focus on the issue, focus on solutions. It's not personal. Focus on the facts. Listen. We all have to be good listeners. Listen to hear and not just to respond. And make the best decisions we can. I can't control how other people react. I can only make the best decisions based on the information I have.
Dr. Worley.
The Wauwatosa School Board is a policy and governance board. Describe how you will balance being knowledgeable and contribute to oversight while allowing the superintendent to guide day-to-day operations and strategy implementation.
Yeah, the board establishes policy, the administration carries out that policy and oversees operations. I've thought a lot about this leading up to this meeting, and it strikes me that outside of this room, none of you have a lot of authority over stuff. Your authority happens in here as a group. It's a group process. And so the board's power is as a collaborative group, not as individuals. So I look to contribute to that collaboration.
Mr. Meyer, did you want to read the next?
Yes, please share what you find important in the board's North Star and district strategic plan. Please also share, have you reviewed the board bylaws, policies, and ethical standards, and are you committed to following them?
Very importantly, in those last questions, yes, absolutely. I'll follow those to the letter. Regarding the North Star objectives, I believe in them. They make sense. Obviously, we're all here committed to academic achievement, supporting our educators, and holding ourselves accountable. Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Helbig. Any final questions from my colleagues on the board?
What's something that you can say that has made you proud as a Wauwatosa resident in terms of accomplishments from the school district in last school year?
You know, I'm proud how passionate people are about our schools and our community. I'm proud of all the voices we've heard here tonight, that we can be together in a room and hash out some of these issues and hopefully leave here better for it. That's why I want to do this.
And there's space for you to give a closing statement.
Just thank you for listening, and I hope to have the chance to work more closely with each of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our second candidate that is here with us tonight, Jason Wattier. And again, you're welcome to sit down or stand. Can you hear me? Okay. All right, so I've pre-written most of what I'm going to say in order to keep myself on task and also to be able to just say what it is I want to say. I'd like to start off just saying how much respect I have for all of you, the tireless, likely often underappreciated investment you've made in the community. I don't say that lightly either, that compliment. That comes from a place of trying to put myself in your shoes to better understand the challenges that you face. If I'm candid, and you've read my reasons for applying for this position, you will know that I made several assumptions based on my past experiences and frustrations after the 2021-2022 school year. For anyone who didn't read it, the short of it is that we did not see eye to eye with the district. Ultimately, my wife and I decided to withdraw our daughter from Whitman. We moved to a small specialty school practicing an emotional, social, project-based learning model. This model is designed for kids with higher support needs, including a focus on the support of emotional regulation and accessibility. These were the two things that we saw that the district was lacking as a whole at that time. However, over the last few weeks, I've gained a new perspective and appreciation for what the board, Dr. Means, the task force, and the other community members have done. It kind of just blew my mind when I thought about it. I can decisively say that I could see in real time all the reasons that we had left the district have been the core issues you have taken on since we have left the district. I'm not an educator, but I've taken as many steps as I could to educate myself after deciding to apply. I didn't want to be a resource drain, but rather a valuable asset to the board. To serve this board effectively, I knew I needed a more recent frame of reference. I needed the context and the background as if I'd been involved the whole time. So off to the internet I went, and I dug into the district website, board docs, and more importantly, the YouTube channel. I arbitrarily picked the first of the year of 2024. Fast forward roughly 40 hours of recorded content and countless pages of reports, studies, surveys, and dashboards later. It truly did humble me. Like I said, I kind of got to see it all unfold in real time. To state you've had a busy winter and a spring would be a vast understatement. Likely even more so given the current information from the last finance committee meeting I attended. I'm sure you've had an influx of negative attention put toward you. It's a reminder of just how thick-skinned someone needs to be to hold on to this position. So from the bottom of my heart, thank all of you. Your job is to make hard decisions based on the information presented to you. I've made a career out of critical thinking, challenging the status quo, and asking questions when something feels off. In the business world, being the leader of a team that identifies, optimizes, and develops solutions for real-world problems, which often closely relate to financial systems and processes. I hope to be able to bring some of that here. Thank you. Thank you. We'll now move to some questions from the board. Dr. Wells.
Thank you. If you could please help us understand how your background will expand the expertise of the school board.
I think my background will help the school board because I bring in an outside perspective from the private sector. A lot of especially the financial and the budgeting, those come a lot in my day-to-day duties at work. I've done IRS audits. I've done some forensic accounting. While I'm not an expert at it, I do bring some of that background in, and I think right now that's sorely needed. Mr. Meyer?
Of all the things the Wauwatosa School District is responsible for, what are the three that are most important to you?
So I kind of took this question a little literally, and I picked from the numbered list. So I put engaging, listening, interpreting the needs of the community as number one. And my response to that is my written statement to the board shows how important it is to listen to, advocate for, and supply mental health, physical, and most importantly, emotional support for all the students. To be a whole person, one must give attention to all three aspects. We need to focus on more of our attention on emotional regulation and support. I continue to learn through my own life experiences that we cannot have and maintain high levels of both mental and physical performance without ensuring emotional support and accommodation. Number two was consistently and strategically planning for the short-term and long-term needs. The long-term goals and strategies should reflect the goals of the students and their families, as well as other community members, of course, and to support the student as that whole person. That is my philosophy. I've done my best to learn as much as I can about the current strategic plan. I've watched all those meetings. I've started to learn about the TOSA 2025 task force. I've done everything I could in the time allotted. So while summarizing the key information from that plethora of documentation has been a challenge, I will continue the commitment to educating myself. I'm open to advice and information from others more knowledgeable about where we are, where our strengths lie, and where we're falling short. My ability to learn quickly and orient myself on technical projects, I think will help me adapt. And lastly, number three, reviewing, prioritizing, and adapting the annual budget. This goes hand in hand with the strategic planning. The short-term needs may often change, as we're all aware right now. And we have to adapt and be able to set up for long-term success. I have already begun to read and analyze the 2024 budget, and Mr. Eckers released internal financial audit. Thank you.
A commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion is frequently identified by district stakeholders as a key priority. How have you demonstrated such a commitment in previous work or volunteer experiences?
Well, I feel that throughout my career, which was and has been primarily focused on being a technical and process-oriented leader, I gravitated towards focusing on the needs of the project stakeholders. In this case, it's the community we represent. You can't have a successful project if you don't take the stakeholders' needs in mind first. My experience and commitment to this can be seen by those who know me personally, the way I parent, how I treat others in my neighborhood, and importantly, the grace I've learned to give when I don't immediately agree with somebody. And even when I do disagree, I believe respect, a calm demeanor, and empathy can go a long way. Thank you.
When faced with a controversial topic within the district community, how would you arrive at your decision?
I would do exactly what I did with my opening statement in the time that I had since submitting. I'd gather information, listen to community members, and examine the topics through others' eyes. Then, based on the data, the facts, the sentiment available, I would make the most informed decision as possible. Simply applying the knowledge available can fundamentally alter someone's perception and decision-making strategy. That's where I'm at right now. I have a very fundamentally different perspective than I did just a few weeks ago with the proper education. If something falls out of my area of expertise, I'll seek out the opinions of other board members and any industry professionals that I may know on that topic. Thank you.
The Wauwatosa School Board is a policy and governance board. Describe how you will balance being knowledgeable and contribute to oversight while allowing the superintendent to guide day-to-day operations and strategy implementation.
In my profession, I've helped guide and create policies for both small and large businesses. I can draw on the knowledge as a solid foundation to make the right choices, look to existing policies and precedents when available, and help formulate new policies and guidance when needed. I believe in the power of delegation and allowing people the freedom to enforce policy while holding the superintendent accountable if the policy and governance recommendations are not followed. I'm also a realist. All problems typically fall under what I call the good, fast, cheap triangle. We have to pick two of those things. Maintaining all three is not sustainable. And I think that's what's been done for quite a while. It's how I describe why we absolutely need to get those referendums passed. Previous board iterations, I'm guessing, have prioritized the good and the fast by deferring building and facilities costs down the road to keep the budget balanced. We need to get out of that practice. I'm not sure how we do it, but I believe that's the way forward. Thank you.
And the last question from this list, please share what you find important in the board's North Star and the district's strategic plan. Also, please share, have you reviewed the board bylaws, policies, and ethical standards, and are you committed to following them?
So just briefly, I do believe in those same principles. They're up on the wall. I've seen them and read them countless times. It just makes sense focusing on obtaining and retaining excellent educators. It's really the same as what we do in the private sector, employee retention. All of these things translate exactly to what we strive for out in the business world as well. For the strategic plan, I have read it. I agree with its spirit. I expect to be directed to the proper interpretation of the current KPIs. There was a lot of dashboards, a lot of spreadsheets, a lot of information that it's just going to take some time to settle in. And, I'll need to know how to properly interpret what I'm looking at. And as far as the bylaws, policies, and ethical standards, I have read them and will abide by them. Thank you.
Any final questions from?
I'll just ask the same question. What's something that's happened in the last school year that's made you proud to be a Wauwatosa resident?
Really just watching and seeing the residents come together. I live in the Sheridan Lawns neighborhood, and one of my neighbors works closely with the Yes for Tosa kids. I've consulted with him and just kind of gotten general philosophy, and just to see that grassroots movement go from zero to where it is right now, and hopefully continues to push through to help get the referendum passed. I want to be a part of that.
You have an opportunity for a closing statement as well.
All right, so short closing statement. In closing, given the timing of the vacancy and our situation, I feel my most important roles will be to listen, learn more about the pressing issues, become more familiar with the parliamentary procedures, support other board members, and to ultimately properly orient myself to confidently run and maintain the board seat in the spring 2025 election.
Thank you. It was appreciated that you put your name forward and that you're here with us tonight. Our final individual is joining us virtually. If we could make sure that we've got her up on the screens and highlighted, please.
Is that later?
Leah Watley. Yours okay?
Yes.
Outstanding. Thank you for being with us tonight. You can begin with an opening statement.
Hello, everyone. My name is Leah Watley. I am a proud mother of a middle school student at Whitman Middle School. I am a small business owner as well as an educator. I've always loved Wauwatosa, and I'm grateful to have purchased my first home here. As an active parent and community member, I'm passionate about staying engaged and helping foster a strong, supportive environment for our children and our neighbors. I look forward to continuing to contribute to the vibrant community that makes Wauwatosa such a special place.
Thank you very much. We will now ask a series of questions. Dr. Worley.
Yes, thank you. Please help us understand how your background will expand the expertise of the board.
My background as a passionate parent, educator, and a childcare provider uniquely equips me to contribute to the board's expertise. Having had my son in the district, I'm driven to represent all parents, particularly those who want to be more engaged but may face barriers in doing so. My experience in special education and childcare allows me to bring a vital perspective and advocate for families who need additional support. Additionally, serving as the vice president of the PTA at Whitman has provided me with firsthand insights into the daily needs of our students and our families.
Thank you, Mr.
Of all the things the Wauwatosa School District is responsible for, what are the three that are important to you?
And not in any particular order, but student services, ensuring that all students, regardless of ability, have access to support they need to succeed is my top priority. Equity in education should be at the forefront, making sure that every student, especially those with disabilities, receive the quality education and resources they deserve. My second is finance and budget. Responsible management of finances is essential to ensure that the district's resources are being used effectively to support both students and staff. Proper allocation allows the district to maintain programs, services that directly impact student success. Third, human resources. Having a strong team of well-qualified, diverse staff is key to achieving the district's goals. By recruiting and retaining top talent, we can ensure that the needs of our students are met by passionate and skilled professionals who are dedicated to the success of every child.
Thank you. So your third question. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is frequently identified by district stakeholders as a key priority. How have you demonstrated such a commitment in previous work and/or volunteer experiences?
In my career in volunteer work, I've demonstrated a deep commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion and accessibility. As the owner of Child Care Center, I fostered an environment that embraces children of all backgrounds and abilities. My role as a foster parent has also given me a unique perspective on the challenges faced by children from underserved communities, reinforcing my dedication to providing equitable, quick care. Additionally, I hold a special education license, ensuring that children with diverse learning needs receive personalized support. Volunteering with the Make-A-Wish Foundation has further solidified my commitment to fostering inclusive, supportive communities for all.
Thank you.
When faced with a controversial topic within the district community, how would you arrive at your decision?
My primary goal would be to ensure that every voice is heard, I believe in creating an inclusive environment where all stakeholders, students, parents, teachers, and community members have the opportunity to express their perspectives. Most importantly, so would be promoting unity amongst all stakeholders so that we can move our school district forward.
Thank you.
The Wauwatosa School Board is a policy and governance board. Describe how you will balance being knowledgeable and contribute to oversight while allowing the superintendent to guide day-to-day operations and strategy implementation.
As a board member, I would focus on setting clear policies, providing strategic direction, and ensuring accountability, while respecting the superintendent's role in managing daily operations. I would stay informed on key issues, ask thoughtful questions, and support the superintendent's expertise in implementing the board's vision, fostering a collaborative partnership.
Thank you.
Please share what you find important in the board's North Star and district strategic plan. Please also share, have you reviewed board bylaws, policies, and ethical standards, and are you committed to following them?
I find the board's North Star and district strategic plan crucial in its emphasis on academic excellence, equity, and community engagement. These elements ensure that all students have access to high quality education and the support needed to thrive. While fostering strong community partnerships, they all closely align with what I mentioned before: human resource, finance, student engagement. It all supports each other. Yes, I have reviewed the board bylaws, policies, and ethical standards, and I am fully committed to following them.
Thank you. Ms. Heimer-Rollins, would you like to ask your?
What is something that you've seen in the last school year that's made you proud to be a Wauwatosa resident?
Last year, the principal at Whitman decided to do something called a web, and it's called Where Everyone Belongs. My son is a part of that, and it's something that she's working towards getting to the other schools. This is a group of students who welcome any student that needs help, any new students transferring in, who just need some assistance, some guidance throughout the school. I think that was such a great idea because it made everyone feel welcome, especially the students. I know my son was really excited about it, and as was I. And also the physical altercation rate has dropped, which created a safer environment for both teachers and students. And I feel that that increases production and fosters a better sense of belonging for all, which then impacts positively on attendance and grades.
Thank you. Really.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to add one more question. In reviewing your materials, it's clear that you have a strong commitment to both business management and you're working also in your master's degree. Could you talk a little bit more about that decision to be in both those sectors of business and education and how they come together for you?
So my business degree, I went for that to start my own small business, which is a childcare center. It's an inclusive childcare center, and that was so that I could gain knowledge on running my own business. With that, I was also an educator and wanted to continue my knowledge on education and also receive my teacher's license as well as special needs. Those are things that I'm really adamant about is teaching. So I wanted to make sure that I had all of the knowledge that I could with gaining my master's. And I'll continue to go back to school until I'm learned everything that I can learn.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, Ms. Wally, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Forward, spending the time on your application materials and being here with us tonight. My colleagues, I was gonna say, you have a chance for a closing statement as well.
My closing statement would just be that I appreciate everyone who is on the board, everyone who attends the board meetings and speak strongly about their feelings. And I like to hear that everyone is being heard and everyone's ideas is taken into consideration. That's something that was big for me, was knowing that everyone would be heard. And I just think that it's a great thing. I think that you guys are doing a great job. And I thank everyone, the parents, the community, and everyone for having me tonight.
Thank you. For my colleagues on the board, we will have 5 minutes of opportunity for review of materials, reflection, and consideration, and then we will have an opportunity to begin votes. A reminder, each candidate, there are 6 of us here, 5 of us here this evening. So under normal circumstances, you would have to have 4. I believe it's the majority of the board. But I will. Majority of the board. So the candidate who receives 3 votes will be seated on the board. After the first round, each candidate who receives at least 1 vote in the previous round will move forward to the next round. Mr. Meyer.
So I'm just trying to follow what it says here. It says here that candidate wins on receiving a majority vote of the existing board. The existing board that is not the same as the board in attendance. So the existing board is 6 members. And then it goes on to say here that if no candidate receives at least 4 votes, then any candidate, et cetera, et cetera. So our writing here says 4 votes. Am I misunderstanding what's written down here?
Okay.
Okay, I'm just asking this. Yeah.
And that's what it's articulated here. I was also under the impression that it was the majority.
Yeah, until I read this and then.
We could look it up on our policy.
During this moment of time, Dr. Means, can you pull up this policy and we'll review it? While we're doing that, if the board can review materials and consider your possible vote before we call the roll.
Maybe she should be filled by the community and not from the board. With the state statute. It's 17. Oh. A vacancy in any elected village office may be filled by a majority of the village board. So I got some majority. It's 24, let's go to 26. By the remaining members.
Sounds like it should be 4.
I don't think it should be 4. What? Everything that we're seeing is majority.
Can you read this language to us, please, sir? So everybody can hear it. Yeah.
For my board colleagues, we've reviewed our policy and we've reviewed state statute. And so, Dr. Means, can you share and read out the
Under statute 17.26 of state law states that in a common unionized or unified school district by appointment by the remaining members. An appointee under this paragraph or sub shall hold the office until a successor is elected and takes office under the subsections of 120.06 and 120.42. So it references remaining members.
Does say the majority for me.
It does not say majority. Remaining members.
And what does it say in policy?
From my understanding, I think the majority of six.
A vacancy shall be filled by the remaining members of the board in accordance with 17.26.
This is. This is the majority vote of the existing.
I'm fine with 4. I'm fine with 3 or 4.
You should go with the assignment.
Okay. So the candidate selected will be 4 votes.
Or those, or we have another round of questions. So, next step.
So what was the statutory number, please? 17 point.
17.26.
So that one doesn't use the word.
And this was written with the assumption that there would have been 6 of us here.
Yeah.
That's where
It shall hold the office.
lesson learned.
Yeah, it should just say majority. Of those present.
Dr. Burley, I don't believe there's additional questions that we have per se that were prepared. We just have 1 set of questions prepared.
No, it says it based on that. There's one more question.
Are any analysis?
Pardon me?
Any analysis from what you're reading?
No, you need case citations and I don't have that here.
So colleagues, do we want to go with majority, which would be 3, or what stated is would be 4?
I think we'd like to go.
That one.
We'll go with 4. So to be selected from the board, you'll need 4 votes. Okay. Ms. Summers? Could you prepare the ballots? A reminder to my colleagues to sign. These will be collected by Dr. Means and reviewed by Dr. Means and Ms. Summers. And then shared with the community. My only comment as we wait is good luck to each of the candidates.
And thank you again for being willing.
We have one vote for Ms. Watley. 3 votes for Mr. Wadier. And 1 vote for Mr. Helbig.
We have one additional question. All 3 candidates will continue to the second round. And Dr. Worley, I'll ask you to answer the question. And would the board be okay if we go in reverse order?
I think that makes sense. Reverse order.
We'll start with Ms. Watley, Mr. Watt here.
So let's give Ms. Watley a chance to come on and be spotlighted perhaps again. Thank you. Ms. Watley, based on what you've heard tonight, is there anything else you'd like to add?
I would just like to thank you all for this opportunity and let you know that I am invested in this community, my family, my business, my home, and my son's education in this community. I hope that I'm given the chance to contribute my many skills to the board as well as learning from you all. And that is all.
Thank you.
Next up is Mr. Watt here.
Mr. Wadier, based on what you've heard tonight, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yes, roughly 10 months ago, almost to the day, I was diagnosed with heart disease. A few short days later, I was in the OR and had a triple bypass surgery. Fast forward, I'm happy that I'm fully recovered. And it's made me take stock in where I'm at in my life. And one of the things that I realized was I've been really focused on my professional career, but I've not given my fair share back in volunteer time. So that is my primary reason for being here. For my personal reason for being here is to give something back to the community. And if it's not this, that's okay. And I'll find something, but that's my intent here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Helbig.
Mr. Helbig, based on what you've heard tonight, is there anything else you'd like to add?
I'd just add that you've got, seems like 3 passionate people here seeking this seat. Appreciate the time you to consider this. I think what I have to offer is someone who's passionate about working through problems and working collaboratively to find solutions. And I would look forward to doing that on this board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Meyer.
Please, can the vote count be read again with the first names this time? So I'm sure I'm hearing it. I think I heard it correctly, but my hearing isn't so good. So if first names are in there, then I'll be sure what the count was. Okay.
1 vote for Robert Helbig, 3 votes for Jason Wadier, 1 vote for Leah Watley.
Okay, thank you. We'll have our second round of voting.
We have 0 votes for Leah Watley, 1 vote for Robert Helbig, and 4 votes for Jason Wadier.
Jason, congratulations. If you can come on up, Mr. Meyer will do the oath of office. Ms. Watley and Mr. Helbig, thank you very much for putting your names forward. There will be for the community and for each of you, 4 seats up this spring election, ironically, I believe on April 1st. And if this is something you want to continue to pursue, I would encourage you and others who want to be of service to the community to do so.
Eric, I'd like to say how lucky our community is that we had 3 outstanding candidates for a seat that's going to have to not just be appointed tonight, but run again and again. So I just think it's fantastic. I want to thank those who weren't appointed tonight for putting the time in. And like you were saying, I hope that you'll consider service to this board in the future.
Yeah.
Where would you like places?
I would say at the main microphone. Sure. It's the standing microphone.
Mr. Meyer, do you want to?
Maybe the mic so everyone can hear that standing, the standing one maybe over there, then
Yes.
you can just pass it back and forth.
Okay, I'll help you. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Yes. Okay. I, Jason Wadier,
I, Jason Wadier,
having been elected or appointed to the office of Wauwatosa School Board seat number 7,
having been elected or appointed to the office of Wauwatosa School Board member, seat number 7,
but have not yet entered upon the duties thereof,
but have not yet entered upon the duties thereof,
swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will, swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Wisconsin,
and the Constitution of the State of Wisconsin,
and will faithfully discharge the duties
and will faithfully discharge the duties
of said office to the best of my ability.
of said office to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
He signs, is that correct?
We did miss, before you sign, sir, we did miss an order of operations.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask Jenny, I got a little excited to get you on the board. Jenny, can you read the motion?
It is recommended that the school board select Jason Wadier to fill the school board member seat number 7 vacancy.
May I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Summers, please call the roll.
Mr. Morris, Dr. Hoig,
Yes.
Dr. Worley,
Yes.
Ms. Heimer Roland,
Yes.
Mr. Meyer,
Yes.
Dr. Jessup Banger.
Yes. Now, congratulations.
Well, for good form. Should he read it again? Go for it. You want to just read it straight out? Sure. Right. Lead. Sure. Right.
Yep.
Oh, you're-
I, Jason Wadier, having been elected or appointed to the office of Wauwatosa School Board member, seat number 7, but have not yet entered upon the duties thereof, swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Wisconsin, and will faithfully discharge the duties of said office to the best of my ability.
Thank you.
Yes, but it doesn't have to be notarized because you're the clerk. It does not have to be notarized because you're the clerk observing the signature.
Okay, so do I.
You, I think there's some.
Yeah, no, I see. So, but I would think.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Wadier, we will, following the meeting, connect with you quickly and share a little bit about onboarding materials so that you can, and you know, you've been doing a lot of that already, but we'll make sure you've got additional information to help you feel prepared. I remember when I was in your shoes at a meeting, a little bit quieter evening than we have this evening. And I was asked to vote immediately on some big topics. It's a lot. So please feel free to ask any and all questions that you feel need to be asked for you to feel comfortable and confident. Certainly that's true for all of us on the board, but we'll make sure you've got the information you have to vote.
Is it acceptable with the parliamentary procedure to abstain from any of these?
Yes.
If I don't feel comfortable?
Yes, sir. Okay. We are going to move into our consent agenda. And then I'm going to be asking for a motion from the board to move forward an item from that's on the back of the agenda up to the front of the agenda. As I know that there's a lot of interest in that topic, and I would, if folks, so that you can have access to that information in the conversation earlier in the evening. But for now, our next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Are there any items on the consent agenda which board members would like to remove for separate discussion and action?
Yes, I would like to put one forward. 4C, I would like the approval of the school resource officer MOU not to be on the consent agenda. It happens to fall before we even get the report. And when the community participated in this report or setting this up initially, one of the things they asked for was an annual opportunity to review it and comment on it. Thank you.
To clarify, would you like it removed for separate discussion and action, or would you like it removed for a
We can remove it for separate discussion action, at which point if one of us wants to, we could also ask to not vote on it or consider it tonight. I think first it should be moved to separate consideration action from the consent agenda. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you. Any additional removal from the agenda for the consent agenda this evening? Seeing none. Dr. Lynn Worley has requested the SRO memorandum of understanding be removed for separate discussion and action. There being no objections to that, it is recommended that the school board approve the remainder of the consent. I need someone to make the next motion. Recommending that the school board approve the remainder of the consent agenda.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. May I have a second?
Second.
They're quick. Thank you, Ms. Hammer-Rowland. Any further discussion on the consent agenda for my colleagues, minus the removed item? Ms. Hammer-Rowland.
Oh, on the rest of the consent agenda.
Correct. Please call the roll.
Mr. Morris, Dr. Hoig,
Yes.
Dr. Worley,
Yes.
Ms. Hammer Rowland,
Yes.
Mr. Meyer,
Yes.
Dr. Jessup Banger,
Yes.
Mr. Wadier.
Yes.
The consent agenda passes with the removal of the SRO MOU. Dr. Worley, the floor is yours for your.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, I've asked for this to be removed. Again, just to reiterate that we have a report coming later this evening that has data on it, and we haven't had a chance to ask questions or hear further that report. We've had a chance to review it, but I'm not thinking that I think it's not really, we haven't been properly prepared yet for this vote, number one. And number two, there has been a lot of community interest over the last few years in this MOU. And one of the things that has run through that is there's a few wording that they've really wanted to see. There's been some concerns about getting access to the data regularly. And mostly it's the expression was that we'd like to be part of this conversation each year. I know this was put on the agenda, but I don't think there was broad awareness or that this, other than the notice that went out, that this was up again for discussion. So I just encourage us to open that space. I know we need to talk and get this MOU in place, but I don't want to hurry if it's something that before we've had requests to have more community participation. We as a board, I think, have been doing a great job the last year in bringing the community in to help us open our minds and think more broadly about the big decisions we have to make. And I do consider this a big decision that we are making, and would say it does not belong in a consent agenda environment, and it does belong with some community feedback on what we have. Thank you.
Dr. Means and Mr. Pinion, I know, can you share the process that we did go through? So both the board, my understanding, this was reviewed quite some time ago and we've been holding it.
Yes,
If we can walk through that for kind of a board refresh. And if the board would like to pause on this until our next meeting, certainly I would support that if that would make people more comfortable. But I want to kind of level set us to see.
so can you hear me all right? All right. This MOU has seen many hours, many days at different collaborative tables, not only with our Wauwatosa Police Department, but also internal stakeholders as well. And we really haven't looked at it since the end of winter. We had a lot of revisions, mostly in the realm of aligning language to laws. For example, Act 143. The previous MOU iteration had language spelling it out in our own language versus just referencing Act 143 for reporting threats of violence. We increased clarity around when SROs may get involved if they suspect a crime or something might happen, and that it needs to be a safety underpinning for that to happen. We provided clarity on outside agencies coming in and how the SRO may interact in that way. And then, of course, we removed the 4-year rotation based on conversations that happened internally as well as externally, as well as with the Wauwatosa Police Department. And then also a lot of energy, time, and resources went into this. So we were looking to approve it for a 3-year span, although there is a clause in the MOU if there's any entity that wants to remove, there's a process and a path to do that as well. Certainly happy to give the board more time to sit with it or the community more time. I'm happy to provide additional context. We did have to redact the year-end report that we received from the police, which is essentially the contact log that you'll see in our slides later in today's presentation. That is a manual process to go in and remove student names. So we were happy to answer any unanswered questions about how we define success with the program, what we're looking for in terms of private school involvement, what community building our SROs are engaged in that isn't really visible in all of the data that you'll see, and then the year-end report as well. So I'd be happy to give the board more time and answer any other questions, as well as Laura Geisler, our Director of School Safety.
Laura, I want to invite you up in case there are questions, then you'll be ready. And I will give the board an opportunity to answer questions on this item. If we get to a point where we're comfortable passing it, that's okay. If we'd like to make a motion to table or to place on our next regular board meeting agenda. Dr. Worley, are you comfortable with that as process?
Yes, and I want to say, I know there's been a lot of work, and this is my request is not to lack of acknowledgement for that. I really want to thank Mr. Pinion and also the Wauwatosa Police Department for that work. I just want to make sure that we're following that process of community feedback so that we have that opportunity. And I'm going to assume that haven't heard from anyone because they may not have noticed that it was on the consent agenda. So that's my only motivation. I know a lot of work's been done. I do have some questions. Those could come either at the report or now.
I would say because the SRO MLU is on this agenda point, it would be appropriate to do it. I think if we're going to wait, we would need to pull this unless it sounds like you're uncomfortable voting on this until after the report. The placement on the agenda places it before the report. So I think I'm gonna leave it up to you to determine if you'd like to make a motion to remove it. Otherwise, I think we can talk about it now. And then if you, after your questions are answered in a way that you're comfortable or not, encourage you to make a motion or not.
Okay. So I understand in the comments that Mr. Pinion just shared about some of the difficulties of sharing the data. I had just really some specific questions about more about the process. The monthly reports that we've been supposed to have for a couple of years. I'd like a little bit more information about how those monthly reports are going to start coming and where we will find them. Can we be alerted to when they're ready so that we can review the data on a regular basis?
Be happy to answer that. So these will be coming generally in the monthly written updates. One thing we were working out, and I don't know if it's appropriate to welcome the Police Department, they would likely be able to answer some of this better than I can, as it is their data, was just ironing out the mechanism in which we are getting the contact log and then redacting student names for confidentiality purposes, disability status, all those things that we don't want to make visible or known that it was a student or specific student in a building. But really, that data is now accessible in a live document, but it can't be made live to the board because of the redacting that needs to happen. So we'll make a promise to get that in your written monthly updates starting September.
And so those will be in a place that the public can review, obviously without individual names or identification.
Yes, we can make that happen.
Okay, thank you. I'm just asking that, and it's not to be hardcore, since I know people have been wanting to see those reports and have been waiting for them. A second question, more specifically to 3D in the SRO agreement. I would like, this was one of the clauses that had a lot of community questions as well as board questions. And so I think it would be really helpful, not just for me personally, but for a better explanation of what has been adjusted in this in order to, because this was a place where there was not agreement, as I remember in the earlier conversations, what has been adjusted or helped you to reach agreement? And then my second part of my question related to 3D is, what does the term appropriate mean specifically? Do you want me to pull it up and read it out, or?
And I would be happy to read. I have it right here. This specific item is as soon as practicable, and it's a subpoint underneath the item. Students should not be taken into custody at school except where a youth poses real and immediate threat to student, teacher, public safety, or pursuant to a warrant or a significant crime. There's several subpoints here, but the one in question is D, as soon as practicable and appropriate. The school administration will collaborate with law enforcement regarding contacting the parent guardian of the student who is subject to an investigation or potential witness. If the administration is unable to make contact with the guardian, questioning may continue and the administrator shall continue with follow-up attempts to make contact.
So my ask was, yeah, you can feel free to add. And my ask was, what has changed about that, given that was a sticking point for community members and parents previously? And then what does the word appropriate mean? And Liz, I'd be happy to have you add into this as well.
And I'm going to go and give an opportunity for Mr. Pinion to respond. And again, if the Wauwatosa Police Department staff would like to, if you're so inclined to come on up, I'm not sure if folks have specific questions, but that one I know there's a collaborative conversation going on. And then Ms. Hammer-Rolland, I'll recognize you and come back to you after that. Mr. Pinion.
Sure, I'll start it off to give some context of the conversations that happened and what changed in the iteration from the MOU we were operating under this last year, which did speak to language about conferring with the principal law enforcement before that outreach to the parent, where the current language is a little bit stronger and gives the administrator the authority when appropriate and practical, which is subjective, and I understand that. This is one of those areas that we want parents to be engaged whenever possible, but it is not always safer to do that. And I think the chief might be able to explain the nuances around that a little bit better than I can.
Thank you, sir, for being here.
Thanks for having me. When we talk about appropriateness, that's also subjective. When it comes to taking somebody into custody, that's something we take very serious. And obviously, we don't want to disrupt school operations, but we also have to look at the safety of staff, look at the safety of other students, and look at the safety of our officers. We try and keep people's dignity, but we also have to balance it out with safety needs as well. So appropriate, again, is subjective. If somebody is very violent and acting out, we may have to restrain them in the line of sight of other students or staff. That's something we absolutely want to avoid at all costs. But it is a situational type of decision that has to be made. The SROs are very well trained, as are other officers on the Wauwatosa Police Department, to understand that dynamic in a school environment. So does that answer your question, Dr. Worley?
Yes, that's helpful. Thank you.
Mr. Morrell?
First of all, thank you. I've been working with Mr. Kenyon and Dr. Means since I joined the board on this. I think this iteration is significantly better and more student focused than when I first got on the board. My concern isn't so much that I'm going to ask about, I guess I should say, isn't so much the restraining of a violent student. I understand that you have to make the environment safe for all of our students, and sometimes that does require a student being removed from the situation. I am more concerned with not having a parent. I don't think the language is strong enough yet when we're talking about having one of our students being questioned by an officer. I want to say that when we're making policy, we have to make policy for any police officer who will be in our building, any SRO. I've heard amazing things about the SROs and about your cooperation with the school district. I'm not speaking to an individual officer or your district as a whole. I just want to make that very clear. I appreciate all the work and I've seen great work from our officers here. My concern is if we have this broad policy, I don't think that the language is strong enough yet when we're giving access to our students to police officers. So I know through conversations that I think this is the most compromise we'll be able to come to with the district and with the police department. I just, I would never want my own children to talk to a police officer regardless of the incident without me or my husband. I would hate for any of our students to be in a situation where they are needing to talk to a police officer. And I know we want to hope that due diligence will be taken from the administration to contact with the parent or guardian. But does that mean one phone call and if nobody picks up, then the police officer is allowed to interact with our students with no one there really protecting them? I actually wouldn't talk to a police officer if I was being questioned, probably without a security present. So I certainly would not want our underage students speaking with one of our officers. So that is really the biggest and brightest concern that I have with this.
If I may, Dr. Disabang.
Please, I get confused. I thought I'm used to being Eric, but yes.
I want to be respectful. So your concern, I understand it. So first thing I want to address is that our job is to keep young people out of the criminal justice system. Both SROs and the regular Wauwatosa Police Department officers that are out there on the street. If you look at the model of what the juvenile justice system is modeled after, or what its true intent is, to keep juveniles out of the criminal justice system so they can become responsible adults. As far as accountability goes, we're held accountable by statute. The onus of protecting individual rights of individuals falls on us, whether it's adult or juveniles. So we would actually compromise a case if we stepped over the line or if there was that perceived concern that we were doing that. We want to have parental involvement. We want to have staff involvement. That's why we work so well with Ms. Geisler and Luke Pinion, where we talk about these critical issues. Is it an administrative violation or is it a criminal violation? Officers are well versed and utilize restorative justice processes to try and keep young people out of the criminal justice system. But again, just to be more reassuring to you, ma'am, it's focusing on protecting the individual rights of all people, especially students, understanding that they're cognitive and their decision-making and not even understanding what their rights are. we have to weigh that out if we're even going to try and glean information or to conduct our investigation. I hope that answers your question. It helps assuage some of your concerns, because your concerns are also concerns of other parents.
So I think that to me, that is the point, is that without a parent there or a guardian or an adult, I don't think they've been prepared. I don't think our history classes prepare them, or I don't think that our curriculum has prepared them to answer. And I just add that there's a similar issue with 3I, mainly because it calls in a witness, not just a suspect. And I think that's part of what's holding this up as well, is I think about, perhaps you've mostly given the scenario of this could be someone who, we need to, they might be dangerous, there might be a problem, but this language also includes people who are witnesses. So it's not there yet for me either. I just have some concerns.
And I understand your concern as well, Dr. Worley. Again, it's incumbent on us, that onus falls on us, where we weigh out the cognitive and the ability of somebody to understand based off of age. Otherwise, we won't engage. And that also includes witnesses. But statutorily, if there's been a crime, if we have probable cause or reasonable suspicion that a crime has been committed, we have to investigate whether there's a parent present or not. In fact, sometimes we find parents sometimes intercede in a way that's not beneficial in the protecting of the rights of the individual. It's a delicate balance. But again, we're trained to assess those situations. If it's an administrative violation, that clearly falls on school staff, but it's a violation of law. That's why we have a communicative and collaborative relationship to talk about the minutia, instance by instance, very instance specific.
Dr. Hoyt.
A lot of the concerns are the same ones that have been articulated already. And we've had this conversation a few times. And it really continues to kind of be a sticking point about how the fine tuning of the language to make sure that our students are safe. And I hear what you're saying. And in fact, that may absolutely be the case. I think I want to come back to what Dr. Worley was saying about how this is kind of the order of events for tonight, that this is coming before we get to the data reported from last year. And, and I know we'll talk more about that, but even looking at that data, one of the things that I really struggle with is that it's so bare bones that I can see where, what the calls were for, where generally kind of what the complaints were, but I can't see things like disaggregation of data. So we can look at, sort of, if there's disproportionality in the students that they're having more interaction with the officers. Looking at disposition, how many of those interactions went on to become tickets or arrests. I mean, those are the kinds of data points that I think would be really helpful, because then we can see what you're saying is proven out in data, so that we know, I guess that we have a mutual understanding, and we're defining kind of what this questioning looks like together, and we're agreeing on that.
Understood, Dr. Hoyt. And in one of the slides, you'll see data that SROs generate the lowest amount of calls for service. A little foreshadowing of the slides. I'm sure you looked them over already, that we have the lowest amount of generated calls for service. But we also are trying to track data of contacts that the SROs have within the school. We give that data in real time on the server, so it is accessible to staff. But obviously, there's that issue of protecting people's personal identifying information. Obviously, there's juveniles involved, and PII is a very sensitive thing. We have to protect that. If that causes a little bit of a lag, that's more of a process issue. So that's a little bit of a foreshadowing in the slides coming up.
Based on the questions we're getting, might I suggest, and part of this is recognizing the length of our agenda this evening, that we move this to an agenda item on next week, or our next regular scheduled meetings agenda. And I would ask any board members who have kind of perspective or feedback after this evening of hearing the next report and anything else, share that information with Dr. Means, Mr. Pinion,
And then we will place it not on consent agenda. There will be 7 votes. Not everyone has to agree, but everyone will have an opportunity to hear more information tonight, ask questions again next week, and either see changes that you'd like to advocate for in some communication, or certainly during the meeting next week, and kind of vote your perspective.
Would you like a motion to that effect?
I would.
I would like to move that this agenda item come back to us in 2 weeks after we've had the opportunity for the really thoughtful and deep presentation that we are scheduled to have tonight.
Thank you. May I have a second? Second. I'm going to give that to Mr. Jason Wattier.
Dr. Jessica,
Yes, Mr.
I have a question. After the board receives the information, what are you, in a best case scenario, what happens? And the reason why I'm asking is because I am aware that Ms. Geisler and Mr. Pinion in the police department worked for months to get to the language that we're currently at. And so I guess for clarity's sake, I just need clarity for our team. Are you seeking language change in the current MOU? Are you seeking to have the ability to sit with the data that hasn't been provided yet to then better inform your vote? I guess in between now and the next time this is on the agenda as an action item, what do you want to see happen?
I'd like both of those and the opportunity for the community to review the report that is being presented tonight and share any comments that they have with us.
But you're not seeking to have any of the language of the MOU modified?
I'm not sure yet.
Okay.
I mean, I think we've started that discussion, but I understand there's been a lot of work. I just know this is it was really significant to many people. And I also have a huge respect for the Wauwatosa Police Department, especially for our chief. I know that this is the intention. I know the way of how he works, and how he works with youth and everything. This is something that is beyond the individuals involved. This is a contract, and it's what we will work with going forward. So I just want to make sure that we've done our due diligence. And I understand it's been a long time, but a lot of people haven't had that access to that conversation or the opportunity to hear about it. The last time it was on the agenda, it was also fairly short notice to the public.
And I don't present the questions with any judgment or any leanings. I'm just simply asking from a clarity standpoint. And Mr. Pinion, you had your hand up.
Yep, I firmly believe in doing it well and giving it the attention it needs. And I would just add as well that changes that are made in the language, depending on the degree of the change, could take some time, because then our legal reviews it, city council or city attorney, I believe, reviews it. So there is a lag. So just know that will mean like we will be operating without an MOU, which we did for decades prior to that being implemented, but just wanted to be clear that if the timeline gets stretched out, that's why.
And just to bring your attention, in 2 weeks, I'm going to be on vacation, but Sergeant Morrill, I'll see if he is available to sit in my stead.
I come.
Everyone.
You ride a motorcycle yesterday?
I'll learn. Mr. Meyer.
Chief, what data does your department routinely collect and report, for example, to the Department of Justice in Washington or the FBI? I mean, I used to know long ago, 40 years ago, but is there data that you're collecting now that's at the ready that you already send up the chain, that maybe the school board doesn't know you already have certain data, but maybe there isn't more data? Is there something you have that is already shared out to the justice community? If that's the right way to say it, that the school board, if we knew you had it and we might find that useful, maybe would answer some of these questions?
Yes, we report up the Department of Justice, our arrest data, that's for statutory violations. There are certain categories of crime is classified by the FBI for all agencies to report up to their state Department of Justice. That data has to be looked over frequently. It's audited frequently to make sure we don't have duplication of our numbers or data, those types of total. So that is our repository for arrest data.
So is there anything in there, and I can only think to the traffic world, like traffic stops, and then how many stops produce tickets and how many, tickets produce convictions, is there anything like that already tabulated related to interactions of SROs with the school community?
That data is captured daily, weekly on that server that's on the school system.
Okay, so it's already there.
But again,
Yeah.
that information is shared there, but again, that also presents an issue with
Yes.
cleaning the PII out of it.
Yeah, because it can't be discernible by the numbers. The ends have to be large enough.
And that was a promise I made to the school
Yeah,
board that
yeah.
you would have accessibility to that data as close to real time as I can get it to you, because I want to keep the school board informed about what the SROs are doing, maybe what they're not doing. So you can make informed decisions or ask critical questions of what this MOU means.
Okay, thank you.
I know last year we received, like an Excel document that had every call that the SROs reported to. We haven't.
That's what we have ready for you.
Okay.
And that was in the executive summary. Yeah, there was a link in the executive summary for that.
Next item, I believe, on the agenda. We're coming up soon.
There was a motion, there was a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Mr. Morris, Dr. Hoig,
Sorry, what are we voting? What's the motion?
a motion to bring
Oh, to move it for 2 weeks. Yes.
Dr. Worley. Yes. Ms. Hammer Roland,
Yes.
Mr. Meyer,
Yes.
Dr. Jessup Banger,
Yes,
Mr. Wadier.
Yes.
and that item will be back in 2 weeks. I would now like to ask for a motion to adjust the agenda to bring forward item number 7, strategic goal operations. All subject A, unaudited 23-24 year-end financials, 24-25 budget update, and the monthly financial report. May I have a motion?
I'll move that we bring that forward to do that next.
May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any board discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Mr. Morris, Dr. Hoig.
Yes.
Dr. Worley,
Yes.
Ms. Hammer Roland,
Yes.
Mr. Meyer,
Yes.
Dr. Jessup Banger,
Yes.
Mr. Wadier.
Yes.
And we will move forward with that. Mr. Ecker? Yeah. Before we begin, I have a statement I'd like to read, and possibly comments, and then we'll move into each of the items. Ms. Hammer Roland is going to cover the first part and the second.
Wauwatosa School Community. During its meeting on Thursday, August 22nd, 2024, the Finance and Resource Committee discussed the district's 23-24 budget, which included an error. This letter aims to inform community members about that error and the board's next steps to resolve the issue. It was affirmed after careful review by the district's new Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Scott Ecker, that the 23-24 budget was miscalculated. This miscalculation was initially affirmed on June 11th, 2024. The board was notified of the situation immediately. Mr. Ecker noted that these expenses were all appropriate and had been approved by the Board of Education, but that the previous Chief of Operations and Finances budget was poorly built and miscalculated the budget. Mr. Ecker summarized his audit findings in a memo that we will share tonight. The previous CFO provided a preliminary year-end projection of the 23-24 budget on June 27th at the Finance and Resource Committee meeting. Mr. Ecker, the new CFO, has spent the past 7 weeks rebuilding the 24-25 budget and attempting to reconcile the error in the 23-24 budget. We now have a better understanding of this miscalculation. The previous Chief of Operation and Finance had reported no material variance from the budget within each monthly report. Due to this, the budgetary discrepancies were not known until Mr. Ecker's onboarding in June, at which point his internal audit began. It is important to note that never in any of the financial reports provided to the superintendent or the board were there material variances identified. In other words, there was no indication that this error was evident in the budget. Once the problem was identified, the board was notified and the issue was discussed in the Finance and Resource Committee meetings.
The Wauwatosa School Board and Administration are deeply committed to making the most of every single dollar that is invested by taxpayers. We are also committed to providing transparency to community members and keeping you informed and involved in our processes moving forward. We regret that this error was made, and while there is no evidence of fraud or malicious intent, we understand that community members' faith in the district's budgeting process may be shaken. We are committed to earning back the community's trust. In the coming weeks, the board, through the Finance and Resource Committee, will implement new measures to increase transparency in the budgeting process. As always, all board, finance, and resource committee meetings are held in public and agendas are posted in advance. The district's budgets and audits are also posted on the district's website. Through this process, the board and district will seek new ways to provide greater transparency to the public. Thank you for taking time to be here tonight. I believe the statement is available. Additional FAQs and information will continue to be available on our website. And as we continue to find ways to answer your very, very loud, very real, and I completely agree with the call for transparency. We will rise to that, and we will make sure that you have everything that you absolutely need to be able to review everything and to feel confident that your tax dollars are being spent as appropriate. Mr. Ecker.
May I add a word, one word?
I'm going to go to Mr. Ecker right now, and then there'll be an opportunity for a big conversation.
Okay, much of what the board has already shared was part of the memo, so I wasn't planning on reading that again. If you'd like me to, I could. I think what I'd emphasize for the board and the community is that those that are interested in the actual numbers, please go to board docs. Those are there. That's, I think, easier to understand than me reciting things. Maybe I'll just talk briefly about my analysis and kind of an overall schema of the findings that I had.
That would be helpful, sir. I know the Finance Committee last Thursday covered this in great detail, and that's available for public review on the website. But I know the rest of the board and the community, many of my community members haven't been there. So I think that'd be a wonderful place to start.
Great. So just to reiterate, I started here officially July 1st. I received access to the financials during my onboarding. That was probably late May, early June. Typically, in August board meeting it would be typical at an August board meeting to have a prior year review and a current year update on the budget agenda. Typically, that would be what I would strive for that to be is a very boring and fast conversation. The way I've always operated is that I don't ever want the superintendent, the board, or the community to be surprised at anything with the budget. So this is a unique situation for me to be in. Generally, when I began analyzing the budget, it appeared that primarily salaries and benefits were going to be overspent from what I saw as the budget. And the way I did that is I was tracking how much was spent each payroll and then adding up how many payrolls were remaining. So in a school district, teachers receive all of their pay before, all of their pay is booked before the end of the fiscal year. What that means is there's usually 4, 5, or 6 payrolls that all get booked at the end of June to cover July, August, for some districts, some of September. And so you can look at your payrolls, you know how many are left, and you can essentially, project pretty accurately where you're going to end the year on your salaries and benefits. And since that's about 75, 80% of your budget, if you're on track there and you're on track at your building sites, you're going to end about where you budgeted. So when I started looking at that, it would have been the first month. I began looking at it in May for the end of April. And it appeared that, at least to me, from the outside, that we were going to be overspending in those areas based on how many payrolls were left. It was difficult because I was sort of shook in my confidence, having only just looked at the financial a little bit. It wasn't a budget I built. So I contacted the prior CFO and I said, here's what I'm seeing. And we kind of had to agree to disagree on where the projections were. I reviewed them again at the end of May. I'd say became more confident in where I thought my projections were. That's essentially where they ended. I talked to him about that again at his, there was a finance committee meeting at the end of June, I believe June 27th. He updated his projections, but they weren't where, to the point where I had alerted him. So that's kind of where we are now. Again, the primary thing that I found is that the salaries and benefits, so total compensation for staff, as approved by the board, wasn't what was budgeted. And so that's where the major gap is. Essentially, the board said, budget this and track our budget based on this. And that's not what happened. And so the staffing was appropriate based on board action. Pay was appropriate based on board action. Unfortunately, the budget wasn't updated or brought to the board for update to show that that anything was, for lack of a better term, out of whack. And then monthly, as it was noted, there were no updates given, nor any indication given as far as where the school year might end or fiscal year might end with expenses. We have an item for 24-25 that's next, but I think I just want to touch on that because part of the issue with 24-25 and what we're talking about with the budget shortfall that we're working through now and how we're trying to address that is because of the poorly built budget in 23-24. So essentially some of those errors in budgeting were carried forward to 24-25. And so now we're having to reconcile those things so that we have our salaries and benefits budgeted correctly, our substitutes budgeted correctly. I went through every line item to ensure that's budgeted correctly. And we're putting in place extra internal controls in our office so that we're going to have a triangulation of budget to actual to projection. I think that's the piece that's really been missing and frankly is in most school districts. I think I'll stop there.
I want to give the board an opportunity to ask questions, and I want to start with Mr. Morland and Mr. Meyer as members of the Finance Committee, and then open up to the rest of the board. Mr. Morland.
So just one clarifying statement that you made. So you said that the board was not receiving monthly updates to the budget. I just want to be clear that the Finance and Operations Committee was in fact receiving updates from our CFO at the time of the budget with actual numbers, and he was reporting that there were no monthly variances. So the board has been receiving regular updates from the CFO. I just want to make that because there's some confusion with that.
Yeah, thanks for the clarification. What I meant was if we went back and looked at the memos provided, there's a line that says, here's what the budget is that was approved. That was never updated to show the salary and benefit true costs. And so the line said, hey, here's the budget. From when the board adopted the original budget or preliminary budget, whatever you want to call it, to June 30th, that never changed.
I think what's helpful, maybe for the community to understand, is that this board approves a preliminary budget in May or June. And then we finalize our budget for the year in October. I've come to understand where I think the gap came from here is that there was a preliminary budget approved in May. And then board took action on various items. And approved a budget in October that was based on the June approved budget and not the actual budget that we would be operating under for 2023.
Yeah, the best I can tell, I wish I had the numbers in front of me. I'm not going to try and recite that because I don't. Yeah, the board approved, I don't remember if that was May or June of 23, so a little over a year ago now. I would say, now I wasn't here, but I would characterize them as material updates to staffing costs, primarily the wage increases that were given to teachers. And my understanding is that there was some health insurance ideas brought forward to the board. The board ultimately decided not to move forward with those. The budget had been built as if those would be approved by the board. So those are material things that happened sometime between June and October. And when we look at the budget the board approved in June versus the budget they approved in October, I believe the difference in the expenses there was a few hundred or a few $1,000s. So certainly nothing as material as what had been approved by the board.
Any additional questions? Mr. Meyer.
Thank you. There's two things going on here in my assessment. The first thing is not the errors. The first thing is the budgeting that spent down the fund balance. The fund balance is there for risk contingency. And so our annual financial practices the last 2 or 3 years brought us close to the limit. And without as many risk reserves for risk contingencies as we had before. And then a bad thing did happen. And these errors. So it took both of those things to push us to where, Mr. Ecker, you said in Finance Committee, we might have to short-term borrow for a period at the end of this year or beginning of next year for cash flow. So it's a bad mistake, and it's a bad mistake that caught us with our risk mitigation strategy weaker than it has been in the past. It is, I recall when I started on the board and Phil Ertl came on as superintendent, and Phil Ertl figured out what a great business office manager we had. And Dr. Ertl came to me and said, directly told me, do not mess with this business manager guy, because in this big a district with this complexity, they are rare. I said, I know that. And so I hope we've returned to what we had in that era with you, Mr. Ecker. It seems that we have. And then finally, I think the community deserves and is entitled to hear a word here. And I am on the Finance Committee. So I was there with Liz Harmel-Rowland, our treasurer. And I said the word last Thursday, apologize. And I think the community is entitled and deserves to hear it said from the full board table tonight. I apologize for what happened. And it doesn't matter how or why it happened. And we are in charge. And I say the word with hat in hand to the community. I apologize. Thank you.
Other board questions and comments? Mr. Wadier. So please pardon my ignorance on anything, and I'm not a lawyer or claim to know any of this, but I had done some contemplation on this and just wanted to know some of the background. In your professional opinion, was there any willful negligence of the previous district employees such that something like a district fidelity bond and or any, policy would help the situation out?
So I'm talking about insurance.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So there's, it sounds like there's two questions there. The first one I heard is, in my opinion, essentially, for lack of a better term, was spending inappropriate. Our audit didn't reveal, and I expect that the external audit that happens every year also won't reveal any inappropriate expenditures. We overspent on approved items, primarily staffing, and I include substitutes in that. Those are the two major areas. Legal, that certainly couldn't have been anticipated. Now, we did get a question whether our errors in emissions insurance might help us with this. I haven't had a chance to follow up with the insurance company on that yet, and so I don't want to comment on that because I can't speculate, but we will follow up and find out.
Thank you. I really just wanted to bring the idea out to light because I think knowing there may be some sort of something might help the community feel a little bit better, at least at this point. So thank you.
So I did serve on the finance committee last year. So I do want to say that I'm sorry to the community that we didn't have stronger, better, more regular discussion of this. I also want to really highlight two things. One is that, as been mentioned tonight, that it would have been very, very difficult to have figured out that we weren't actually using the October numbers were not accurate for what this would cost us. And I've also been reflecting for the last few days about how I look at what it was spent on. And this was some of the public comment, I think, tonight too, that it was definitely what needed to be spent. As a board member, I would have had to do a lot more deep thinking if I'd known that we were going in the direction of digging much more and more into our fund balance. But when we sat here in 2023, shortly after some of us had joined the board, I felt that around the table, there was very strong support for improving teacher salaries. And also there was very strong support for maximizing staffing, that we knew that our children were facing real challenges in terms of dysregulation. We knew that teachers were exhausted and that they needed to have full staffing. We even went to the point of making sure that some schools had some additional staffing. The data we got, as was mentioned under public comment, the data we got last week suggests that these were good decisions, but they weren't good decisions from a financial side because we didn't have the true costs of what this would be. If we had, we would have had to deliberate much more as a community and as a board about whether we were going to spend at that level on, towards these goals that we had set for ourselves. But I just want to say, so I'm sorry that we didn't do a better job on that side in the deliberation, but I still really value where we have come this year as a community and as a board in terms of what we've been able to provide. I want to thank you, Mr. Acker, for helping us to do better as we go forward and come up with better systems to make sure that we are more fully informed each time we have to make these difficult decisions. We have more on the agenda tonight that it then comes back to how will we use our resources strategically, effectively, and towards what the community wants and the students need, because that really is what we are responsible to as board members, is to make sure that we're representing what the community wants and that we're making sure the students are getting what they need. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I came back from vacation last night to this. And I'm honestly like really, I feel really sick about it. I feel like we were faced with a lot of questions about where to spend money last year. We were working with a CFO that we'd been working with for a couple of years, whose budgets we thought were in line with what was proposed to us. We got these monthly updates that looked transparent. We would ask specific questions with each of these things that would come before us, whether it was a salary increase or a curriculum change, to say, how's that going to impact our bottom line? Where are we at with things? And then we were told we're okay, we're on target for our budget. And so we made decisions based on what we thought was appropriate. And I was really proud of the things that we were doing. I was really proud that we gave raises to our teachers, long overdue raises to our teachers. I was really proud that the board fought for holding that line for health insurance, knowing that that was something that our teachers really valued. I was proud that we were focusing on socio-emotional learning and making sure that the mental health needs of our students were prioritized. And so to find out that we were making these decisions and what we were doing was digging this hole that now puts us, we were already facing a really difficult position with the referendum, and now puts us in this position where it looks like there was some inappropriate, budgeting by the board. And I guess I come to all of this to say, we are where we are. We have more questions in front of us about how we're going to spend our money. My big question is, like, as a board, how do we prevent this from happening again? I mean, I know you've talked about or have, shared that some of the ways that you will present the data that maybe will be different. But for a person who doesn't have an accounting background or isn't an expert in that, how do we know that what we're seeing is accurate, so that when we're making decisions, we know we're really making a decision based on data?
Yeah, so there's a few answers to that. The first thing I'm going to say, though, is I don't think any of my peers are envious of the seat I'm in right now. And that's because this is highly abnormal. And so I understand where the community and the board are, but this is not a spot anybody should be in, the board or the community or me. But I understand that because of where we are, a level of, whether we want to call it transparency or deliberateness or double and triple and quadruple checks, are what is going to have to happen to, I guess, reestablish trust. That unfortunately, it wasn't me that lost. Some of the things that we want to put in place, though, I mentioned multiple budget projections out of my office that will be triangulated and shared with you. To me, the main gap that was missing, and again, that's not just here, it is for lots of school districts, but most business officials, when they budget, they end up near their budget. So best practice would be to have a projection. We're going to add that in. So you'll know starting at the end of the first quarter and every month after, where we project all of our expenses and revenues to end. To me, that's more important than knowing how much do we have left, or because that doesn't say where we're actually going to be. I reached out today to CISA 5. CISA 5, one of the services they provide normally is to school districts that are missing a business official, maybe someone retired abruptly, or they're a district can't find someone. They'll place licensed people, oftentimes people that have been retired, that are looking for additional work, to be their business manager. I inquired of them whether they would be interested in essentially being I guess I'll call it a third set of eyes or second set of eyes on our budget, on our budget to actual and projections each month, as well as working with us on validating our future forecasts. I hope that that's a level of added integrity that would, it would be unusual, but I think it's that level that is probably what people are asking for is the more eyes on things and the more validation, and a single point of failure is difficult, and that's what we had here. And so that's what we want to not have anymore. And so to have a partner like CISA 5, if they won't do it, someone like that, there's lots of CISAs. I hope that that's a road that we can, or partnership we can build.
Dr. Boyd, I want to just echo some of the things that have been said. I'm angry that this occurred. I was chatting with one of the members of the Finance and Resource Committee from last year who shared with me, Dr. Means, how were we supposed to know that this was even happening? And that's been a question I've asked Mr. Ecker since he alerted me on June 11th that this was the case. And the systems were not in place that we would have been alerted to it until our external audit. So if we didn't have a Mr. Ecker, this would not have come to light until our external audit, which would have come after the referendum. And can you imagine if this information wasn't in front of us on August 26th, but it was actually provided post-referendum? It would look like we were concealing things. So while this has been uncomfortable for all of us, we've been extremely transparent. But again, I want to express my deep regret for this. I've shared with the cabinet that this will have a chilling effect on how I work with them and what I expect of them. I have to have that CISA 5 group. No offense, Mr. Ecker, but I need that group to oversee whatever budget is presented, because I can't be in a position where I just trust one person's numbers, because then we find ourselves in this space. But it's just not in the business office. It's going to be across the board. I have two other things I want to say quickly. The first is Mr. Meyer has brought up the issue of deficit spending. And is deficit spending something that we should have even done in the first place? Did we go down a bad road in the first place by even using deficit spending? And I would urge the board and the community to remember that if we had not utilized deficit spending, either we would have had to implement massive reductions immediately, or an operational referendum would have come to the community earlier than November of 2024. I don't know which one would have come first, but I think it's a fair question to put on the table of if we should utilize deficit spending, but realize we were in a tight spot when that state budget came out, and it was such a gap. The last thing I would say is nothing inappropriate was done with the funds. Nothing illegal was done. In fact, as you said, Dr. Hoyd, where the investments were made, and they were made in staff and compensating staff that was long overdue. It was to lower class sizes. It was to ensure that all of the dreams and aspirations that community members have said they want for the school district, we felt that we needed more resources to make it happen. I've heard the calls for us to be more prudent with our financial resources moving forward. And we will heed to that word. But I think then the community has to just understand that when you have limited resources, when I hear administrators, teachers, administrative assistants say that they are burned out, that they're stressed, that's part of it. And so we have to reconcile. We have to reconcile what this community wants to be in terms of a school system. It requires resources. And we can't continue to have dreams and aspirations of being a certain district and not have the same level of resources. Those are deeper conversations for later on. I don't want to have those messages get lost in what I have to say, which is I am deeply regretful that this occurred. I am going to make sure that it never happens again. It will have an effect on how I engage with the people who report to me. The level of my trust has been violated. My trust has been violated because there's a level of trust that I invest in professionals to do what they're hired to do and to show their expertise. I can't operate that way anymore. And I publicly state to staff, I regret that that's the environment that we're now working in. But I will heed the word of the community. You have my word that there will be structures in place where we're always double and triple checking at work. And if that's not happening, there will be consequences.
Mr. Meyer, if you're okay, I'm not to make a few questions and comments.
I think you should go.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, because you want me to go or not?
Yeah, I just haven't got it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. So, on the question of what could the board have done? Well, I'll say I have three things here, and this is hindsight, okay? Pessimism and fear on financial matters, those are our friends. Pessimism and fear, that stuff can go wrong. Then what will we do? And I don't mean irrational pessimism and irrational fear, but a healthy fear of what happens if it doesn't work out the way we think. And I've thought through this, and I've said that, the two issues that I believe are the two issues. On the first issue about the budgeting and such, we did have at the high level a steady drip, drip, drip of estimate revisions for the deficit. It seemed like a regular thing that the deficit was bigger than a few weeks ago, or a month ago, 2 months ago, than what had been stated out of the business office at that time. And this goes back even to the pre-election 2 years ago, the representations of the financial health of our district. Well, it didn't quite work out that way. And so that's kind of that's a heartburn thing. And so if the business office is regularly putting out rosier projections on anything that is the outcome, maybe we need to start to ask could there be other kinds of errors going on as well? And the third question, and I don't have an opinion on this, but this is a question, should the full board spend more time on finance? When I was taking classes years ago for the school district business officer certification, the instructor, who was a veteran superintendent, said, well, typical school boards around Wisconsin, and I don't know whether this is still true or not, they meet twice a month, and one meeting is all about finance. And this comes down to, time is scarce. What do we leave in? What do we take out from our agenda? I don't know. I do know that it's a tremendous responsibility to be in the finance committee. And as, board member Hummer Rowland, our treasurer, is leading the thing. Boy, we don't want to miss anything. And we only have two sets of eyes as a board, and then the rest of the board in full session trusts us, as you should, but still with that pessimism. Maybe we need to look differently at how we spend our time in the full boardroom, that we need to spend more time on this and give it a higher priority. And that means we'll spend less time on something else. And that's always the problem. So no conclusions there, just some observations from me. Thank you.
Couple comments, and then a few questions. The board has really high expectations of ourselves, of what we are delivering to our kids. And we didn't meet those collectively on this one. We all had roles to play. Our accountability is to the community to ensure it never happens again. Mr. Ecker, I am grateful that you uncovered this. I'm grateful for the items that you have put in place. As I shared with you when we met on Friday, this is both not your fault, and like all of us, it is our complete responsibility to ensure that it both never happens again, and that our community regains by our actions, by consistently delivering, by being utterly transparent, and by doing things that maybe no other board or district is doing in Wisconsin, but we have to lead the way on this. And I understand that, and I fully support it. Mr. Meyer, your comment, I think, is important. My answer would be, we certainly need to carve out more time at our board meetings. We receive, Mr. Wadia, you noted this, there's a lot of data coming our way. And we both need to continue to receive the data. We need to receive the reports. And I would ask, and I believe this is a plan, in the finance committee information, for us to make sure that everything is really easy to find and available for the community in a single spot. So that we do the work, we are transparent with the community so that they can follow our work, and that we continue to do that. What I said to community members when I was out talking to folks over the weekend at a couple block parties was, not only do we need to have a microscope, be excellent and perfect, but we need to put a spotlight on this so that we are doing everything we can to be excellent. And we need to hold ourselves to that. And I will certainly hold myself to that. I'm sorry that this occurred. It should not have occurred. We owe it to the community to be excellent in our finances. And what we really need more than anything is to be able to know strategically as a board, with limited and finite resources that are getting less and less, how do we maximize, and Dr. Worley, you talked about this, I think, incredibly thoughtfully. I'm confident our values were what they were when we made the decisions that were significant. Teacher compensation, curriculum, but there would have been likely different decisions made had we had completely accurate information. And we have to be data driven, and we have to be on deep understanding of the finances. I want to thank Dr. Means, and I want to thank Mr. Ecker. I want to thank the Finance Committee for the work that you have done and will do, and my board colleagues who will be spending a lot of time, no doubt, with the community, answering questions, being accountable, and continuing to push.
Dr. Jessup Anger, I would be remiss if I didn't say this. So I think the regret and the feeling of the mixed emotions they're there, they're here, and I hope they've been expressed. What I'm struggling with, and I think the community is going to have to continue to talk about, is that last board meeting, Mr. Pinion demonstrated and shared some data that was outstanding regarding the change in student behavior and how what was once a concern at our schools around behavior has subsided and it's changed. In the next few weeks, you'll hear from Dr. Marble and her team on the success we're seeing academically. There is a correlation between the investment in resources in the organization and the results. And so I believe it is important for us to be prudent. I believe it is important for us to make sure that we're using every dime appropriately. I appreciate Dr. Worley's comment of it's hard to think about how you would have voted on what we recommended differently if you had known all the facts, not after the fact, but in front of you. And if those figures that none of us really knew were off, if they were accurate, my question to you would be, would that have changed the values that led you to making the vote that you made? I don't know if it would have or not. I don't know. But what I do know is that children are having a better academic experience. They're having a better social, emotional learning experience in our schools now, once we've invested in these resources versus prior. And so again, maybe your vote would have been different. I don't know. But I think that's that's the theme that I heard this evening at the microphone as well, that we have to make sure that we're continuing to be prudent, that we're doing the right work, that we are putting measures in place where this never happens again, because it's regretful beyond imagine. But my question is, when you think about what we invested in and how it was to support teachers and to support low class sizes, would that have changed your vote?
And Dr. Means, thank you for articulating that. Yeah.
And I don't know.
And for me, our values, our North Star that is sitting behind me, our investment in teachers and kids and curriculum, the data is indicating the choices we made and the investments that we have made are having an impact. They're also telling us that we need more resources to have that. And we need to prove to the community that if we have more resources, we can be trusted, and we will show our work and we will showcase that like no other district in the state. And two, that the investment will have the impact the community expects and demands of a really excellent school district, of which I continue to believe that we are excellent in getting better. We are not excellent in every school for every kid. Yes. Any board other comments or questions before we get into some of the specific budget review topics? Seeing none? I believe are we talking?
Stacker, is this your first presentation to the board, by the way?
Welcome to Wauwatosa.
So, yeah, I think the last time I was sitting up here, my hiring was approved. So, yeah, this is my first presentation. So frankly, I could use a little help on which direction you want me to go as far as the documents that are available.
This is his first presentation, so.
So we have a variety of different items on the agenda for this section. It is the 24, 25.
Yeah, I think what I'm looking for is, do you want me to project the things that were presented to the board? Okay.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to need some help with that then too.
Tim, do you mind helping Mr. Ecker with the laptop? Perhaps we should take a 5-minute break so he can set up.
Let's take a 5-10 minute recess and we'll be back. Dr. Meeks? I think that's good in your perspective.
I think he'd be fine if we start.
Yeah, I
Mr. Ecker, we're all going to be back. Jamie, are we ready to go?
Yeah, you're online.
Outstanding. Mr. Ecker, proceed when ready.
Great. So maybe just since this is my first time, actually presenting numbers and budgets in front of the board, And also it's a little unique in that we've had a lot of narrative. And so now I want to move at a pace that everyone's comfortable with. As we work collaboratively together here, I'm going to have some ideas of new ways to share things and report them. I also don't want to give you whiplash. So if it's like, hey, too much change at once, or we need more, we need less, I'm going to appreciate that feedback too. I have things that I've worked for multiple boards and different things work for different boards. So I'm going to need that feedback too. So this is at least a starting point. What I'm sharing right now is really the specifics of how 23-24 ended, and just kind of really basic school finance. I'm on page, I think it's page 2, would be the first kind of graph and chart. And you can see we're looking here at a combination of the general and special education funds. So these are what I would call our operating funds. Essentially 2 separate checkbooks that have to balance each other. And that's why I net them together. When we report to the state, we report them separately, but it all comes from the same sort of revenue cap available money. So just detailing here for you by revenue source. So versus where's the money coming from? In this case, we break it down to local and state, federal, and other. Local and state in Wisconsin are the 2 primary drivers. That's going to be property tax and state equalized aid are going to be the big ones there. On the expenditure side, we've talked earlier about salaries and benefits being the primary driver. And so at least on this sort of, real high level report, we're just looking at expenditures as far as salaries and benefits and then everything else. So this gives you the detail of where our budget to actual was. Again, in the narrative, it says exactly where those overages occurred. That's the first graph. The second one then, and then there's some visuals here for you relative to our surplus and deficit going back 3 years in this case, and then our actual fund balance, as it stands historically and now. The next 2 graphs, I simply break out the general fund from the special ed fund. So instead of netting them together, you can see the 2 combined. When the only thing I'll point out is when our audit is complete, right now we have a $1,243 positive surplus in the general ed and the special ed fund. We'll actually have to code that back to special ed. That always has to balance at 0. So that change you'll see as part of the audit. Any further questions on 23-24?
Mr. Rucker, you talked about a variety of things. Special education, can you talk a little bit about that one? We've had folks come to our space and really talk about is both a moral and legal obligation that we pay for that. Can you share a little bit about, I'm curious, that number surprised me as well, of where we were budgeted and then the actual.
Yeah.
And I'm curious about that.
Again, so it's hard. Some of these things are hard for me to speak to. When I look at this, the first thing that stands out to me is it doesn't look like it is a significant investment in staffing from 2021 to 2024. So that's the main thing that stands out to me. We were spending about $11.5 million on staffing in 2020, fiscal year 21. And we've steadily progressed. And then we talked earlier about some of the results we're seeing because of that. So that's what stands out to me. And that is probably a combination of, some increases in staff, but primarily for teachers. The dilemma we've had a little bit with ESSER that every school district has had is there's both supplement, not supplant, and then also maintenance of effort. So as ESSER funds went away, you had to be very cautious and careful as far as what you could stop paying for, and you would also have to keep. And so we had to be very deliberate as we move forward with not falling below maintenance of effort, essentially saying in a big picture, you can't spend less per student on special ed in year 2 than you did in year 1.
Questions from my colleagues on the board?
You asked about special education. I just want to highlight that Ms. Clem has done a wonderful job in looking at our staffing ratio for our special education program. And she realized upon her arrival that we were under-resourced and not serving that population as well as we should have. And I think there's an added component of not only the moral imperative and the values that drive our work in that staffing area, but it's also legally binding through the IEP process. And when families appropriately advocate for their child through that process, we have a legal obligation to make sure that that staffing is provided.
I'll move on to 24-25, please. I think the main thing I want to emphasize is that I see any budget the board adopts, but in particular this time of year as a budget is really formative. It's not summative. It's got to be a working document. Things will come up, and anything material, in my opinion, that should be brought to the board so the board can adopt a new budget regardless of what time of year that is. So, kind of the steps in our budget process that, as I would see them, is you're getting an updated budget now. That's what you're seeing is cabinet's suggestion as far as closing that approximately $4 million budget gap that we have. And what you're looking at right here is in the two blue columns. This is the preliminary is what was approved by the board in, I think it was end of May, and revised is our best estimate at budget now. You'll be getting this. This is not for approval today. We're still using the preliminary, but you'll see something very similar to this in October when you approve what we'll call the final budget, although you can always approve another budget after that too. The main levers that'll change between now and October, we have our September count. So when we on our students on the third Friday in September, we'll know that'll lock in our revenue essentially. So then we'll know, where our revenues. The other piece that we'll be updating in October is Sarah and I will be sitting down, going through our staff, essentially person by person, and making sure that all the staff we have is everyone we planned for, and you're less concerned about whether they're budgeted in the right place, but that's something I always pay attention to. So you'll see modifications perhaps in not the, I'm sure it's not going to be the exact same budget number. It's going to be something, we planned on hiring someone with 10 years experience. We hired someone with 12, and somewhere else we hired someone with 2. So those are the things that we will reconcile all back to the budget. So you'll see those types of updates. And then depending on what the board approves with health insurance, that's going to be right now, what you're seeing here is if the board approves a change to health insurance. If the board does not, that will increase the budget gap. So just to be very, transparent about that. And you would see that there's a line item here on health insurance. This code is that's a RUFAR code, is a state code. What you care about is the description, it's health insurance. And approving that change will save the district roughly $1.3 million.
Schmeier.
The number I have always looked at that I felt was the most reliable as to the financial health of the school district is the resident enrollment count excluding county grounds. And beginning 4 or 5 years ago, the reporting of that to the board has not been so constant, shall we say. Like for tonight, there's an enrollment projection spreadsheet that is all students. And for a while, in the past 2 or 3 years, the business office would report resident enrollment that was the outcome of the formula of the leveling that's done for the state. Kind of a hold harmless thing, so we're not swinging up and down. And I always asked for and pleaded for, and have had to keep asking for, I need to know the count of actual human beings in each of our buildings by grade, because that tells us so much about our underlying fundamentals because of the state aid that is eventually produced by that. And of course, then the argument, well, you want the leveled out number because that tells the aid for the year. It's like, no. I want the actual number of human beings, because that eventually ends up in that leveled out number, like the average of 3. I don't know. You would have to tell us how they do it though. Okay. But I always thought that was so important. And, decisions as to what's the capacity of a building, and should we move elementary boundary lines, and are we, attracting students to join our school district in 9th grade? I mean, it just told me all those things. How many senior kindergartners do we have? Because they tend to stay here and for the next 12 years on the whole. So I just ask, for my opinion, for what it's worth, that number is a very important number by building, by grade, that we can see that consistently from year to year, so it can be compared from year to year. The resident enrollment count, the number of human beings actually sitting in the classroom, excluding county grounds. And that's my golden number for me. That's my key performance indicator for the school district.
That I asked for feedback earlier. That's perfect. I don't see any problem with being able to move forward.
Now, I'm likely only around here for 8 more months, so I'm throwing that out there for the, institutional knowledge of people that for 20 years, that's what we used, or for 15 years in the beginning of my time on the board, and that following that number has served us well.
Other comments and questions from the board on this topic?
So just to reiterate, in September, you're going to get there'll be a report about third Friday count. I don't know if we'll have it by the detail you want yet, but that'll be in September or October. In October, updated budget. The state certifies equalized aid on October 15th. Then we run all our numbers so that we can with our anticipated tax levy, and then the board traditionally approves the tax levy and the final budget in the second October board meeting.
2 other questions. The board always receives a monthly report, and I know it's discussed in the finance committee. The full board receives it, tracking. I know you're also adding projections into that. Right across the top of that report is a box, I believe in a mustard color, something along those lines, that says it would alert the board if there's any material variance. Can you share a little bit about how you would alert the board if there's any variance for what has been the approved budget? I just want to be really clear both with the community and with us.
So I think that's a perfect time to transition to where we are with July.
Yes.
Because that's exactly what you're talking about. So this is my July report. You can see here, I'm not going to explain how I would describe it because I think there's a pretty good example here. You can see on the narrative, I'm talking about where we are with our revenues, where we are with our expenditures. I'm pointing out here that among our expenses, our purchase services, to me, stand out as something that's higher than we would have projected through this point. So then that's an alert to me. I'll show you where that will alert you to. I want to spend the bulk of my time, I've already spent the bulk of my time. I want to spend a little bit of time showing you how to read this. but that narrative is going to include, hey, here's what I see and here's why. In this case, we're ahead of pace on purchase services. That is things like, basically it's in large part staff that aren't ours. Yeah, or it can be like software, things like that. So we've made earlier than normal purchases on technology and also finished some facilities projects earlier than we typically would have, which means we've sent checks to people earlier than we typically could have. And so our July expenses are more than they have been the last 5 years. We use an algorithm showing where we would anticipate. And so we should see that even out over the next couple of months because we made the payments early. That means we won't be making them, in future months. So that's the narrative. How I'll point out, here's a variance. Couple things for the board. There'll always be a link to the video of how to read the report right here. I think we're talking about, well, something Dr. Means has asked me to do in the future is also essentially give this report both at the board meeting and just record it ahead of time so that we have multiple kind of avenues. I just want to show you how to read this report. And again, we're only 1 month into the year. And so, now we're almost 2 months, but the report is only 1 month. So we're not going to, you wouldn't typically see something that would be alarming. And I like to explain this actually using the second graph down. I think we'll use the top one. I'll show you how to read this on the revenue side, and then the expense side is essentially the same. So you're always going to see at the top, this is always going to be our general and special education funds, so our operating funds, right? And you can see for the period ending. So each month that'll be different, obviously. And then what I'm keying in on is we've got these speedometers, and I think of the kind of narrative down here as being the speed limit, and then our speed is where this little black line is. So in terms of revenues, right, we get almost no revenue in July, August, September. So revenues are very low, but that's about where we'd expect. We don't get our revenues, it's not 1/12 of the revenue each month. So we would have expected to receive about 0.18% of our entire budget through July. We received 0.16. There's a little bit of sometimes people will say to me, well, what's relevant or what's material there? And a little bit of it is culture. If you're driving 5 miles over the speed limit in one county, that might mean nothing. And in another county, you might get pulled over. Generally, though, I like to be within 1% or 2%. To me, that's kind of the dipstick test. Being over or under doesn't mean anything's going wrong. It means I need to be able to supply the board with an explanation of why that is. Like I did with purchase services tonight. So you can see the total revenues, and then we have in the red speedometer is our local sources. So eventually that'll go way up when we get property taxes in the winter, as well as state sources will go way up when we get equalized aid. If you're interested in exactly where that revenue is we've received so far, it's in these things that by the end of the year probably won't even be on this list because that's when we start getting grant revenue and state revenue. For instance, you can see right now student fees are our fourth leading revenue at $3,800. That'll fall off the list pretty quickly. So this is updated every month. The next 3 charts essentially compare either the prior year with the current year or prior year with the current year, or where we are compared to where we're projected. I honestly put more of my effort into reading. This would be the key chart I'd be looking at right here. Is our projection is the red, where we currently are is the purple. If those two things are close, that means we're right on. If the purple and the revenue side, it's great if the purple's ahead of the red. On the expense side, you don't want the purple ahead of the red. And so we're looking at this by source on the revenue side. And let's go down to the expense side and look at that same chart. And that's where I was pointing out what I saw with purchase services. And here's how I saw that right here. I can see in this case, we're using blue instead of purple, but blue for where we actually are, red for what was projected. And this was material enough that I wanted to jump in and take a look at what's going on. Question.
So if you saw that in purchase services and you couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation, you would then point that out in the finance committee, point it out again to the board. What then would you anticipate the next step from either the administration or board at that point?
So, but just from a process standpoint, I think what I imagined I'd be doing is presenting this at the finance committee meeting and then again also at the board meeting. And so you're saying something stands out like this and I can't find what the issue is?
Like with the staffing. Well, I guess you'd have a rationale. Like, what would your suggestion then be to the board? What could we do then to not be where we are now?
So I was actually thinking what I would like to do is bring the board a report like this as of like last December. So you can see what it would have looked like. What it would have looked like, and I haven't actually looked at, but I anticipate it would have looked like your salaries would be way up here and your projection would be, they would just been askew. The idea is this should stand out like a sore thumb. And like I said, sometimes that's okay if there's rationale behind it. Like I'll give you a good example. We used to be on, used to be on 26 pays for teachers. We're not anymore, so I'm not worried about that. But back then, if there would be a month where there'd be 3 pays. So that would temporarily for 1 month skew the salaries. And that'd be, I would come to the board and I'd explain that and I'd say, here's why. And next month it's going to catch back up. Did I answer your question? Okay. I don't anticipate a time where I wouldn't be able to find what the issue was. If that's the other.
Yeah, I guess it would be, what's the next step then? Like, 'cause then obviously we had to make cuts somewhere in the rest of the year's budget, or, I mean, so is that something you would talk to with cabinet, and then the board would get a recommendation at that point? If there was something that was standing out like this? Like the salaries. I'm trying to understand as a board member, when there's something that stands out, what's the next step then?
Well, I mean, it's a little hard because I'm saying, trust me. But the way I've operated so far is as soon as I saw something, I notified, my supervisor who notified the board. So that's the normal process I would use. I guess the one thing I would add on the front end is it's also my job to cost those things out before the board approves them. So like we were talking about with health insurance, it's incumbent on me to say, the board ultimately is the decision maker, but I need to put in front of you, if you choose path A, it's this, and if you choose path B, it's this, and path C is this.
So I think it's a fair question. I can sense your response is a little uncomfortable. May I use a normal collaboration and paraphrase what I think I'm hearing you say, which is, please correct me if I'm wrong. I think I'm hearing you say you would never be in that position where you could not explain it, and that you would have the foresight to have recognized it on the front.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you hired me.
Well, and as the case may be, we also are now putting in place, there's your information, there's the CISA 5 additional review, there's new additional reporting, there's a variety of information that's presented. So if you are projecting correctly, we will have the projections available to us. The community will have projections available to us. And if something were to catastrophically happen that is unforeseen, that we were not covered by insurance or something had occurred, that would then be articulated to the board. And if we needed to make some substantial mid-year adjustment, that would be a decision strategically that we would make along with our strategic plan and priorities. But the day-to-day, in this one, the day-to-day projections failed to provide accurate expectations for what was approved versus what was within the budget. And then we were not updated on the variance between those two things. That should never happen. And we have multiple checks and balances that will be in place, that the community will be able to review. The board can review, multiple levels can review.
I think the uniqueness to what we're going to put in place that most school districts won't have in place is that we're using a independent agency that will verify the information from Mr. Ecker. And I think that's what I mean by I'm regretful that we're here. I'm regretful to Scott because he's a good professional. But I think some of the information I've heard from the community is we can't just throw out compliments to people. We're going to have to prove it to people. And so CISA, that external approval should be your reliance of, you just don't have to take one person's word for it in their numbers. There's another set of eyes taking a look at the information.
In my understanding, that will be monthly. So
Yes.
it'll be trailing a little bit as all financial things are, but we will get a report on a monthly basis for that each month. We will continue to have clearly the annual audit that is done by an external third party to have a third review. But we don't ever want to be in a position where we're waiting for the end of year audit, which is quite trailing.
Yeah, I guess as a board member, my ask would be if there's something that's showing that we're over budget, then the cabinet works together and brings recommendations to this board to get those numbers, the back even, I guess, but it's not what happened last year.
Well,
What we've discussed. So my hope would be as a board member, is that's the kind of recommendations that we would then receive if these lines aren't equal at any point.
One of the things that happened last weekend, I think on our most previous meeting, Mr. LePountain came to the board and shared, we have a substantial issue with, it's a safety heating issue in Washington Elementary. And one of the questions that I asked to him is that within the current budget? And I think that's a time where I would ask that we be really explicit of saying, this is an additional expenditure and we will adjust within our budget so that we will remove something as opposed to adding more. This will be an additional unplanned expenditure and we will bring the, and you've already articulated, updating the budget accordingly. Or this wasn't planned, but we have money set aside for these types of things within our budget and we will use it for that. And so that felt, when Kevin articulated all that, it kind of gives you a sigh of relief of like, okay, it's never good when something unexpectedly falls apart. And I'm glad that we had professionals reviewing everything, analyzing it, making sure kids were safe, and that we could respond to it quickly. And we knew we had the money where it was coming from.
And I don't want to belabor this because I think we've discussed it. But the situation that we're facing is not due to the hiring of significant more staff. Can you just go over again your analysis of where it landed? Because I think on the surface, people will hear this and think, well, they just hired so many more people than what was expected. But your analysis, more not what?
So to me, the bottom line is, so I'm flipping back to our 23-24 now. And while it's at a higher level, this isn't so dissimilar to a financial report that might have been given to the board, which it just doesn't tell you that much. And that's one of the difficulties with it. In FY23, the total spend on salaries and benefits was $75 million. The amount budgeted was $81.7 million for compensation, essentially. That's ballpark 7%. That wasn't enough to cover, it wasn't enough to cover health insurance, frankly. So an accurate budget would have, again, what I'm going to do in October, sit down with Sarah, go through every person, what health insurance they chose. And when that happens, or had that happened, something would have come forward to the board saying, hey, we need to update our budget to a number more like this.
And I think that's really important, again, because I think on the surface, when you hear what occurred for 23, 24, the impression is there was just much more hiring that took place than what was expected. And that's not, I think your analysis has been that the amount that was budgeted for salaries and benefits just did not match what we actually were planning to utilize.
In particular, benefits. When we look at what was budgeted, it was actually a decreased cost in health insurance from the prior year, which couldn't have been, there's no way that could have happened.
Which lands us back to the question of what were the warning signs that would have alerted either the cabinet or the board that there was something amiss? And I think so thank you for bringing it up. I don't want to belabor it. It's just another illustration of if there were warning signs, we would have heeded them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mr. Meyer.
Something you just said that I really liked was that you sit down and you project out the cost for every employee. That takes a lot of work, but it produces really good numbers. So that's a good indicator there that things will be better. Now I want to go back to, I'll try to explain it this way. You have a crystal ball and a calculator. And our first problem I alluded to was the budgeting and, the projections and the crystal ball. And, past couple of years before you were here, the business office would pull out their crystal ball and set it on the desk and say, well, here's 3 possible outcomes. And the worst outcome is the one we ended up with, I believe, and tell me if I'm wrong, but we as a board, not on the map, but on what funding would we get with all the state surplus? And we as a board, we don't want to be pessimists. We don't want to believe that worst outcome is the most likely. And then when the business office says, well, we think from our experience in this line of work that the other 2 outcomes are more likely, but just in case the worst outcome happens, here are the numbers. So the backside of the business office was covered because those numbers were presented. So I think and I think the quality of your office's work will come down to, what is going to happen with healthcare costs? What will happen with energy costs? What will the legislature do? There is that tough territory to get that stuff right. It's like saying, what will the stock market do? So I'd ask that you, and I'm sure you will from here listening to you, you'll be very careful with your scenarios from the crystal ball, that you have to have one of some sorts, that you rely on what you present to the board as likely outcomes from the prediction of the future. Because those things, we got burned on healthcare costs, we got burned on what the legislature did. And there we go. And then there's your calculator. And I think most of this discussion has been, how do we know that the right numbers are coming out of your calculator? Thanks.
I'd just like to add to it so with a brand new, obviously fresh perspective on what Mr. Ecker has set up. I just want to relay my confidence to the rest of the board members of looking at this. This is part of what I do for my day job, is building tools that make these measurements. And what he's put together it will become second nature for everybody. This is a really good setup, especially if this is what we're going to get every month. So I have a high degree of confidence in what we're gonna see here. And I think that what he said before was it will become pretty apparent if something is out of line. If those variances will, with these tools will definitely show up. So I feel very good about that. Thank you.
Thanks. Should I continue? Okay. I want to go to the last page. So for those of us that like numbers, and not charts or both, I like both. So, sometimes I want to see the numbers. This page has, I'll call it column 1 is last year and column 2 is this year. So here we can see through July 31st of 2023, this would have been the actual activity, kind of where my mouse is hovering. Prior actual means where did we end? And then this would be what percent were we through that point in time? So for instance, on our salaries, after July of last year, we had spent 1.44% of where we ended. For the current year, we spent, about $1 million. Our budget's just over 60 million, and we spent 1.6%. So we're only 1 month into the year. Beginning with the end of the first quarter, I really don't like putting year-end projections in front of boards before the end of the first quarter. There's just not enough activity to give a full projection, but what I will do is give salaries and benefits projections. I think there's enough there. But when you start getting the full report, there'll be another column between these two that will show current year to date and a column that says essentially what's projected the rest of the year. So in this case, what that would mean is here's July, and then here's a total of August through next June. There'll be a column that says there's the total of all of those, and how does that compare to the budget? Right. So then you're going to get something that says there'll be a variance amount. If we're doing this well, the variance amount at the end of the first quarter should be very similar to where we are at the end of the year. Absent us making any changes.
Questions from the board?
This makes a lot of sense.
Thanks. And I'll, as you have questions, please let me know. I can modify things. I know we're all in this together, so.
Mr. Ecker, so you will be producing these on a monthly basis. You'll be sharing them with the board. They'll be discussed at finance committee and at board meetings. There'll be a flipped presentation so the community can view it in advance. Come with questions if they have any during public comment. They can attend finance committee meetings. Those I believe going forward will be available to view online. And we will have a third party individual reviewing this ongoing, the CISA.
Yeah, so that's our goal.
Yeah.
I reached out to CISA 5 just today, and we didn't hear back from them, but we're going to be persistent about finding.
We're efforting on that one.
Yeah.
Okay. In process. And we will have this information. The community can, while the board is reviewing it, they can do it in real time. They'll also be able to find it online on our, okay. Mr. Meyer.
I'm just going to throw out this as a brainstorming suggestion. Do we want to put a third board member on the finance committee? I've said multiple times, my likely lifespan on this board is going to end in 8 months. It's not a legal announcement, just say, and I know a lot is learned sitting in that room, and just to put it out there,
We're not agended for that discussion.
right? But just to put it out there for an agenda discussion.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for
Noted.
putting guardrails on me there. I appreciate that.
Any final comments or questions from the board on monthly reports? With that, Mr. Ecker, my goal for us is to be thorough, deliberative, and boring.
Yes.
And I suspect that's your goal as well. We, again, pushed this up earlier on our agenda. So we are now moving back to what was previously noted as strategic goal 5, culture and community, to review a projected student enrollment report, a safety audit, and review of bullying, harassment, and investigation process. Here's our items here. Thanks for everybody who stuck with us.
Good evening, everyone. You get both Luke and I to talk a little bit about where we're at from an enrollment standpoint and then diving some more into people and family supports. I am pleased to share with you this evening that our enrollment projections from back in January of 2024 are within 0.5% of our current enrollment. There are some variations, most specifically related to JK, the group that we know least about every January. And as of this afternoon, our teams at our schools and our teams at the Fisher Building reported to us that our online student enrollment is over 93% complete. So we are very close to that finish line. We've been exceeding our enrollment goal every day this past week. And we'll be ready for kids on September 3rd.
And my office is still receiving many enrollments as we speak, so we're still busy taking enrollments.
Luke, do you want to just do a push out there for if a parent hasn't enrolled yet but is watching the school board meeting, what do they do tomorrow morning?
Go to our website, access the enrollment tab. It'll all be spelled out for you. The sooner you can get enrolled, the more quickly we can get your child what they need to be ready to start school.
Mr. Payne, can you speak about this instead we've had with registration so far this year?
Yeah, so online registration, as you know, was newer. This is our second year proceeding with online. We worked out a lot of bumps that you may have experienced registering your own child last summer. And we've worked out again this summer, right? We will debrief when it's all done. But really meeting our goals, we set pretty ambitious goals compared to where we were last year in terms of annual registration percentage. And we far surpassed those. It was a collective effort with the academic office, the data team, HR, operations. So there's a lot of hands in the enrollment pot, so to speak. But we are really proud of the work that's been done in getting students registered and ready to go as soon as possible.
So minus the virtual academy, we have a registration rate tonight of 93.5%. So 93.5% of the students that we expected to come to school have registered. We know that they're coming. Their parents have signed them up. That far surpasses what we've done in the past. That allows us to use the remainder of this week to call that 7% or so to ask, are you coming back or not? And also to receive new families. And so I think our administrative assistants at all the schools deserve a great amount of credit for putting systems in place where we're gathering things. I also want to thank our PTA, PTO leaders across the district because they've worked with us hand in hand to make sure that this process worked well. It took a lot. It took a village, but to be at 93.5%, we're very pleased.
Couple comments. One, thank you for your good work. If I recall, we have 2 high schools, both ranked in the top 37 in the state of Wisconsin. Tosa West is, I think, 35, 37, somewhere in that range. That's out of well over 600 high schools in the state of Wisconsin. Wauwatosa East is number 13 and number 11 out of any non-specialty high schools. These are not an additional $20,000 you'd have to spend. These are, you go to them as public schools that the Constitution requires that we fund and provide resources. My kids have gone through these schools and they're excellent. We're always going to strive to be better. And if I recall, many of our elementary schools are some of the very best in the state of Wisconsin. Often have been literally the best elementary school in the state of Wisconsin. All of them are striving to get better. We'll see next week our data from Dr. Marble that we're seeing growth. We're investing in curriculum, we're investing in teachers, and we'll continue to push for that.
Might I add?
Please.
If you're watching or listening to this tonight or recorded and you're a family that isn't certain that public school is the answer for you, of course, we want to tell you all the great things that are happening here and all the work we're doing to support children, but also know it's never too late. You can register or enroll at any point in the year. You have a right, if you live here, to go to our schools.
We welcome you with warm arms. It's fantastic communities in our schools. And we are continuously striving to be better. Anything else on this item?
Do
Okay.
you typically see that that JK number might increase throughout the year, or is it where it starts typically at the beginning of the year?
It usually stays pretty close to where we are. If you would like to keep monitoring updated enrollments, the staffing reports that are on the district website are updated real time by Luke's team.
We'll get a third Friday count as well.
So just again, Ms. Zelazowski, if people are interested in knowing where the numbers are at the end of this week, what can they do?
They should visit the district website, go to the Division of Human Resources, and click on the staffing plans. Every school, every grade level is all up to date.
Which school's in first place? Who's got the highest percentage?
They are all winning.
Good answer. Good answer. Appreciate it. Next up on this, if there's nothing more, is the school safety audit and school safety plans.
And I would invite two of my colleagues up for this next presentation. Tim, could you help pull up the slide deck? I'm struggling as an Apple user to navigate the Android. Yep. Thank you. So I'll introduce to my left, Laura Geisler, our Director of School Safety. To my right, Kevin LaFountain, our Director of Buildings and Grounds. And it sounds like our Chief McGillis is online listening as well. Should we have any questions specific to him? I want to just set the stage for the pieces that you'll be hearing in this presentation. One is the School Resource Officer log review, the SRO log. You have access to that data. I will say it was like we spoke before, it's time consuming to redact, but it's an important exercise to make sure we're protecting student confidentiality. We went through that list, we double check, triple check to make sure that names aren't inadvertently in there. I'd also like to say that the way we present the data to you in the public looks different than the spreadsheet that has all the details, and that's by design. That spreadsheet will not be released to the public because it would be very easy, even with the information redacted, for a member to identify and find a specific incident or what happened. So that is protected to protect individual children as well as families. We'll look at that. We also will speak to the Safe Haven School Safety Audit. This was a very comprehensive school safety audit. The district report is about 160 pages. Each school report is 50 to 60 pages times every school that we have. We are deep in the process of analyzing those, working with our administrators. We spent some time with them already unpacking that. That will guide our safety work for 5 to 10 years or more possibly. It can be overwhelming when you hear different parts of it. And we are very conscious of how we've presented it tonight as to not inadvertently share information or weak spots with ill-intended audience members. Again, presuming positive intent, but they will caution, this is why you won't see it shared in its existence with 160 pages, because it's a very sensitive document that in the wrong hands could be used in a bad way. And then lastly, we wanted to provide to the board just the structure of our school safety plans. Again, similar to the last statement I just made, we can't give every single detail to the public about school safety plans for safety and if they were to fall in the wrong hands. However, you'll see structurally the components that are built into each school safety plan and how they're personalized for those sites. So we will jump in first with the SRO log data. As you may remember, our first year in 2022, 2023, we did make a revision to how the police department was categorizing these data of the contact log. So we don't necessarily have apples to apples to compare to last year. However, we're looking at this as a baseline. Though I will say, in looking at the data from last year, we see similar trends in terms of school or district staff being the general complainant. And complainant really means that person that is initiating a contact or a need for law enforcement. You'll see the breakdown of our high schools and our middle schools and where that number sort of falls in terms of the total complainant categories and counts by the district and by school. So again, by far, school and district staff are initiated, and then you can sort of see their student and SRO initiated are about even, and then other could be community members followed by parent, and then lastly, unknown could be anonymous tips and such. When you break that down by percentage, this is what we're looking at in terms of more often than not, it is a school personnel that is initiating the need for law enforcement. I'll give you a minute to just digest this. There's private school parochial data as well, which looks different in terms of the categories that are initiating contacts at our private and parochial schools.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yeah.
Have you had an opportunity to, I guess, just look at some of those school personnel calls? I know one of the challenges we've had in the past was the overuse of SROs in our buildings. Do you feel like we're moving in the right direction where our staff are now utilizing SROs at appropriate time points rather than when it should be handled by school administration?
Anecdotally, I would say I'm seeing less inappropriate use. However, I would say Laura might be best positioned as she is often, if there is a question about, do I need a law enforcement officer here and there on the fence? Often she receives that call.
Yeah, I think that now with the teacher versus staff, like more classroom managed behavior that are being managed in the classroom and not immediately calling an SRO to the classroom. So I think I definitely agree. It is definitely better.
Okay.
And some of these calls, they could be meeting with a student.
What will be good is when we get to this next slide, it sort of breaks down the reason or the purpose of that call. Now, again, new categories, we're looking at a baseline here, but we could draw some comparisons roughly to previous years. But this is really telling me, what are those calls for? We know a good majority of them are for communications, or they have it as PR, but really that's athletic events, proactive participation at games, being a presence, not necessarily called because there's a problem, but doing it as a community service. And then disorderly behaviors conduct is are as well one of our top items, followed by assisting. And assisting, there is a link to service definitions there, is assisting another department or a citizen. So for an example, assisting a citizen is sometimes generated when someone from the school calls for a non-urgent matter. So those are the carriers. And then suspicious, that could be something along the lines of there's a suspicious vehicle outside of the school. We would like an officer to explore and look into this. Narcotics is any drugs in school, and then theft being dead 29. So you kind of see the breakdown here, which again, to your point, Dr. Hoig, this doesn't tell the whole story, right? In the details is where more information is, but on the whole, appropriate categories being used when it comes to calling for SRO support. I don't know, Chief, if there's anything you'd like to add. This is your data. I feel like I'm speaking to it more than you might be able to.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I agree with the assessment that staff are being more in the classroom management lane versus calling the police to handle things that's how it was previously done. And through our relationship and through those discussions and through training on both sides, where that delineation is between an administrative code, school policy violation versus something that requires an SRO being involved. And the SROs have been empowered to do some gentle pushing back. Hey, this is really your lane, not really ours. We'll be assistive and provide some guidance on it. But I think we're in a much better place than we were a year ago.
And I know we've said it already this evening, we've said it before, but we have some really incredible, amazing school resource officers in our system that are building really incredible relationships with students that I've been able to see firsthand, and is really, really great to see.
Thank you. I concur.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Any other questions specific to the calls for service and by complainant or category?
Yes.
So with
Oh,
Dr.
sorry.
Early.
Apologize.
I realize given the size of the population, this might not be possible, but we do have a goal with the board around disproportionality. How would we read that in this report? Are we making progress or not? You mentioned at our last meeting how we were in terms of some of the areas of discipline making progress. How are we doing in SRO realm?
I believe, Chief, you may have a statement or context to speak to this in regard to the data as it relates to race and ethnicity.
Yeah, and this is something that I've said last year as well. Our SROs are focusing on behavior. As far as data collection goes, that's part of the PII information that we collect as well. But again, not for this format. But again, our SROs are focusing on behavior that rises to reasonable suspicion or probable cause. And you can see from the low numbers that are generated by SRO self-initiated calls or calls that they come across, that number is incredibly low on that previous slide, to the point of only being 3.22% of any of the call for service types of calls that we have.
I would add another caveat that would make it a little bit trickier as it relates to how we monitor disproportionality from a behavior and discipline lens. Is a lot of these that we spoke to that community support are proactive for large groups of people. So that would be a difficult pinpoint data piece.
Yeah, that one would be hard because they're being asked to come to events. And I didn't just mean towards the chief's point, SRO behavior. I meant in general as a community, as the Wauwatosa School District, have we made any steps forward in addressing the disproportionality? And maybe we don't have the measures on that yet, but I know we're trying to do that on the discipline side. And so SROs respond not just to their own calls, but to other people's requests. And so that it could be the SROs are doing an amazing job there, but other people aren't. I don't know. I just was looking at the data and trying to understand if there was any way that we could put this in, our measures of disproportionality going forward.
I certainly think it's worthy of exploring further. I'd be really interested to see what metrics would be possible to that end.
I know we just got that Excel spreadsheet emailed to us. And so I don't know, we probably all haven't had time to digest it fully. My very quick count is that something like 85 citations were given out during last school year, and 23 of those were for hold on, I have to do some math. 23 of them are for white or Asian students, which leaves 62 that are African American. I think those are the only three categories I'm seeing on here for today. There's some missing data.
Point that out.
Yeah, there is some missing data, so I think that's important.
It does look like we could do something with this data to give ourselves another measure.
I think so. Because I didn't know how that compared to last year. I think we had this level of data last year.
We kind of evolved it.
Okay.
Last time I presented.
Okay.
And so the data changed like mid-year after we met.
Okay.
And you guys had some suggestions, and then I met with Sergeant Brown. We added some additional areas. So I think, like Luke said, this is definitely a benchmark for us. And now, we can grow and starting next week with the data we want.
I think the other piece we'd probably want to look at is the disability number of our students with disabilities who are getting citations.
Economic might be the.
Yeah. There is a disability category. It does look like it's a fairly, again, quick eyeball. It's a fair number of students with disabilities.
I want to go back to Mr. Meyer.
So over time and starting long before the other 6 board members were on the board, my view of this is that it was a problem that building administration was relying too much on the SROs. And the reason for that were twofold. The intervention skills and strategies of the building administrators, usually not the teachers, and also the availability of staffing from the central office. And Dr. Means has tried to address all of those things, which is why we need the operational referendum to continue those things. So, and I'll also say the skill of the person who's sitting in Luke's chair right now. And Luke has very much impressed me with the depth and breadth of his approach to getting things right instead of just trying to fix the data. Because just trying to fix the data, you don't get the root causes and you don't fix the right problem. So I have developed a high degree of confidence in your offices over there as we've had conversations. So I just want to emphasize as well, the SROs aren't typically making the calls. It's somebody calling them. And so the SROs typically are, they're not looking for business, right? They're looking to have a good day for the kids, just like everyone else is. So the root of it is, I believe, the things that Mr. Pinion and Dr. Means are trying to fix.
If I may highlight that point is, yes, we have deans of students now. That was a huge addition that would help that inappropriate use alongside developed guidance systems, processes for the operations of deans, for the operations of our APs, for our principals, for discipline, for behavior. These are now clear and structured for our staff. So I believe that formula of all those pieces is how we're getting to a better place of using school resource officers. All right. With that, I want to shift gears again because this was a really large lift for not only Safe Havens, but for our building principals, administration who gave tours, answered lots of questions, and it was able to pull off the school safety audit. I'll let Laura sort of take it from here, but I just wanted to give the statement again regarding confidentiality. So this is all but a slice of the full reports.
So, Safe Havens is the company we use to do our district-wide audit. So they did a district-wide audit, and then each building had their own assessment done. Really, we do these so that we can see what we can improve upon or what we're doing good for safety in our buildings. Like Luke said, it's very thorough, it's very long, but it really gives us a good look at where we are at with safety items within the district. So when we get the assessment, it's really, there's an area that we break it down by different categories. So technology and facilities improvements is our first category. I'm not going to go over all of them, but just a few highlights is establishing a 24/7, 365-day communication center. Our current status, we don't have that, but all our administrators and our SROs have access to our cameras and they can archive the footage and view it there. Something that maybe on the roadmap would be in 2 to 5 years, having it inside a building, like a commitment center with all the cameras up. And then long-term goal would be a dedicated person at the district office that would be able to access and review and watch video if need be.
I'll also preface, as you hear a lot of these, you'll be thinking cost. Yeah. This is expensive. Again, this is a reminder, long-term work, 5 to 10 plus years. And there may be opportunity for safety grants in subsequent years. So there will be opportunities as you hear Laura review these items. Just keep that in mind, and keep in mind as well, there are things that we are able to do that are low to no cost that we've already taken action on as a result of some of the information we've received. So just keep that in mind. We're highlighting just a few pieces, but it's important.
So the next one on here actually is one. So with our new phone system, all phones in every classroom office are allowed. They have the availability to make a PA announcement. So as we grow on our phone systems, we can also, in our visitor management system, we can integrate all pieces within that. So we can have, it would integrate with our PA and our portable radios. So all those things in the roadmap of what IT and I will work on. Emergency buttons for office staff and school administrators. Again, this is something we already have with our new phone system. So every classroom teacher has a button on their phone or a number they dial a number and it will ring the office until someone answers. So growing that more would be to get, texting administrators. So this allows them to respond quicker. And then we go into facilities improvements. Kevin probably will have to answer some of these, but just making sure that as we are renovating buildings, that we're including some of those higher cost technology things, like having magnetic strips, holdbacks devices for stairwells and hallways that close automatically for fire, that will close automatically if we have to go into a lockdown. Equipping schools with HVAC systems and emergency shut-off buttons. So the status is, we're in exploration, Kevin, right? You want to speak to this?
Yeah.
And we'll just keep exploring different capabilities that we can improve upon. And anytime we are planning for any remodeling or potential referendum related to this work will be included.
Do we have those doors in the new elementary schools?
So in our new buildings, those doors automatically close and shut. And if a lockdown is happening, they lock and everything's turned off. And then the other one is improving emergency preparedness, items such as emergency diagrams. So we just completed for a state grant, digital mapping of all our buildings. And this also, we have them, but it also ties with the police. So they're in all of our police cars on their computers. And then so this is a cost that we've already covered, and anything will just be updated if we make any renovations. And then the last section is our behavior and intervention improvements. And you'll see this is a lot of like what Luke's talking about, those low cost, no cost items that we can really.
And a lot of things that we've done and we are still doing in terms of refining threat assessment, continuing to train people, responding to anonymous threats are all things we're actively engaged in and continually refining now that we have systems and process and written procedures to move through a lot of these pieces.
Yeah, so basically everything on this slide talks to what we are in the process of already doing. And then same thing with this last section is we already are doing those. We already have plans to do that. So I think these are great that we can do them without any additional costs. There's a lot of behavior intervention.
I want to speak a little bit about the student supervisor practices. We are moving toward a different schedule for some of our student supervisors to cover after school. We realize not only is it not sustainable, but it's not a best practice to be using external security who are not our staff, not trained, don't know our students, don't have relationships. So we've just reworked through attrition the schedule of student supervisors at our secondary schools where possible to have coverage. So that is individuals who know the children we can train, we can develop versus paying extra for an external person without that same established relationship.
And then the family reunification plan in the new visitor aware system that we use for checking people in to the office. Part of that is we also manage our drills through that app. And we can account for students within that same app. So that would be a part of the reunification process. So I would like to see that as we're using that more for our drills, we are also training staff to take attendance on that. So then we can see who's accounted for. Okay.
Personnel.
Yep, and then personnel, we know we have a pretty good pre-employment and post-hire child check protection. We do a pretty thorough background check. We do our safe schools training, so we are cover that, and we continually update that annually. And our handbook is updated and approved every year. Okay, any questions on audits?
That's a very quick version of a very thorough multi-month process in every building that has a lot of detail. We didn't want to inundate, even though it may feel like you're inundated with a lot of information of what we could or should be doing. But I'm pleased with what we've done in 2 years around safety. And I would say our outcomes are evidence that it's moving us in the right direction.
If a board member wanted to do a deeper dive over the next few months, would we be able to kind of schedule a time either during a one-on-one with Dr. Means or another time to kind of, if we had some specific items?
Absolutely.
Okay. And I know you've utilized resources and grants to do some really creative things. And I know a lot of, I would echo Mr. Meyer's comments about how far we have come in a whole host of different areas. When I first entered the board, I'm feeling reflective tonight as Jason joins us kind of midstream. I came in at a similar point with where we were with the referendum of 2018. The work had been done. There was, I think, Mr. Meyer, correct me if I'm wrong, about $350 million.
If we had everything we wanted, it would have been $350 million.
So we identified, and not we, it was done with a large community group. Mr. Meyer was the liaison to that group and identified a breadth of things that were happening. So it's not unlike where we find ourselves now, where we've got a variety of things. We now need to find money for it. One of the things I want to be really clear as we communicate to the community, when we say in tonight, ADA came up and accessibility issues. We identified a lot more ADA and accessibility issues in 2018 than we had the money with $124.9 million that we could ever address. We did everything we could to spread the money out as efficiently and effectively to deal with issues of safety, ADA, managing lots of kind of crumbling infrastructure. And we didn't do, I'm still not aware, and I'll keep digging into this. I'd like to kind of hear more from Ms. Felk-Palak, what she spoke to tonight of things that we specifically said we were going to do that we didn't. But I want us to make sure that we're kind of clear as we think about some of these things of there's a lot that we want and need to do, and there's limited resources to do it. So I think you said this will guide us over the next decade. We will not have the resources to do everything that we would like to do if we had unlimited resources. So decisions will be made. And we know this is a big priority, not dissimilar from other budgetary priorities we have. So I'm thinking all about this as we kind of bring things forward. Everything is a way. And I think it speaks to the importance of, as we think about referendums, what the community ultimately will decide is, are these schools, how do we invest in them around all the different issues? And here's what we're going to say that we're going to do. I'm rambling and it's 9:40, so I'll stop.
And I would say I appreciate the structure of having Laura's position in the Division of Pupil and Family Supports. Nothing against building and grounds, but some districts structure it that way. She has a nice connection with Kevin and collaboration there. But I feel like with her being directly connected to our division, she's a part of a lot of conversations that move beyond the physical brick and mortar and safety and into more of the social emotional safety as well. So thank you for that.
Can I just make a quick plug? As we go into the school year, one of the things that came up last year that I noticed a lot of was as a parent, you get these emails if there's something going on in your building. And I think I talked with you about this last year, Dr. Means, and I think it got better. But can we please, when we're calling it a lockdown or secure, can we please explain in the email what that means? People misunderstand those or switch them around and get very scared when they get those emails.
Like as a reminder, a secure is.
You've been doing that, but I think it's really important.
Yeah.
And we always do link the signs that we have hung in every classroom so that parents can see what that looks like also.
Keep going on that. Next, we want to again talk about the skeleton of our safety plans that are reviewed, updated annually, and what they all consist of, knowing that they are very personalized to that physical infrastructure of that individual school and what they're working with.
So our safety plans, we've moved to in the last 5 years where each building has a crisis team. So each crisis team in the building each crisis team member has specific roles and responsibilities of what to do in any type of emergency we call. So they're all trained in first aid and CPR and AED. They attend meetings for crisis teams, and they are the ones who are responding to all emergencies. This has helped us with having more specific people ready to go when we call an emergency. So the plan really walks through each crisis team member's roles and responsibilities, and then it gets into our SRP, which is our standard response protocol. And the language is a lockdown, so that's anything harmful, intruder inside or out, it could be inside or outside the building. So that's when we call lockdown, that's when students would hide or run. We call it secure if something's happening externally, and we just make sure the doors are locked, we keep everyone inside, but we have business as usual. We're passing and classes are passing. We shelter for tornado, we hold for many medical altercations with students, custodial needs. We just hold the kids in the classroom to keep them out the hallways, and then we evacuate for many different reasons. And then always for fire. So the shell of every template looks like that. And then it discusses our drills that we go through, every monthly drills that we run monthly drills. So it's really the bulk of our plans really are focused on what the crisis teams do. So, and I train the crisis teams every year before school starts, and then I usually attend one of the first staff meetings in the beginning of the year to review emergency procedures with all staff.
And is it fair to say, Laura, you may all be familiar with like the red binders that are in offices or in schools that have like the flip of different scenarios that might happen. We would be working on digitizing those over time to make them more accessible and not just a binder that's sitting on a shelf and incorporate those in some way as well. So that's another layer of planning and preparation that exists currently right now.
As also in the plans, like I discussed, we drill monthly. Sometimes we have 2 drills a month, sometimes it's just one. So monthly drills. And we make sure everyone's participating. And then we also, the younger kids, we make sure we have a conversation with them following the drills. Any questions on our safety? Okay. Just some updates for 24-25 school year. Celebrations, our audit, our safety committee work was great this last year. Our external safety committee was great. Increased our safety measures at athletic events, which is continued on this year. We had our first event last week. It was great. We do a digital hall pass management system in the secondaries, which is helpful with hall control during class time. We are working this year on some high school open campus management more, so the kids will be scanning in and out for when they leave for first, 5th, and 7th hour. And then we just our threat assessment process, bullying investigations, and suicide risk process just continue to grow on those. I think we really took the threat assessment process a lot further last year, which was great. Some of our challenges that continue are that the hallway and after school supervision, just the culture of that. Filling those student supervisors positions, it's a hard position, but when we get the right person, it's great. And budgetary constraints that we have with safety items. Our goals would be to prioritize our safety items, audit items, and what we can do now, and then what we're gonna do in the next 5 to 10 years. We'll continue to review and support the school level safety reports and continue to decrease violent behaviors resulting in suspension. The impact on our classrooms and school buildings is that the teacher, like I mentioned earlier, I feel has really helped with managing those behaviors in the classroom versus sending the students out. So just being consistent with that for students. And improved behavior in the classroom setting and in the hallways, and more predictable hallway procedures. So that goes to our hall passes, our open campus management, and the monthly meetings with our student supervisors on the schedule for them during passing time and during class time.
Last slide.
All right, so our outlook, we're gonna continue to review our data. Kevin and I are going to start monthly site walkthroughs. So we're gonna go to a different building, we're gonna walk through together and just anything we see that needs, addressing, we will work on that. It'll just be that joint, both of us going will be really helpful versus just me. We're in the buildings, but for different reasons. And I'm like, we need to be there together. We're going to continue to work with our committees, our both internal and external safety committees. You'll see here, these are the areas that our external safety committee has voted on wanting to cover. Our hall pass management will continue. And we're going to, like I said earlier, we're going to maintain athletic safety protocols. And we're, like Luke had mentioned, we're going to shift that student supervisor role so we have more coverage after school. And then our open campus management through open campus.
And I'd end by saying, as you've been helpful in our safety work, when we brought different items to the board for consideration, I would say as we navigate the road ahead, that we would just do the same, keep allocating resources, keep maintaining safety as a priority for all of us. Again, not just physical, but that psychological safety as well. And keep pushing us to do better within the realm of what we're able to accomplish in any given year.
Or questions or comments? Move on to the next item.
Great. That's me. I would invite Director Shonda Holland, our Director of Diversity and Inclusion to my right, and Director Clem, thank you for being here tonight. Our Director of Special Education, they've been patiently waiting for this presentation. I don't have a fancy slide deck for you tonight. What I have is information, and you've already seen my presentation if you watched it in advance for tonight. What this is really us helping not only parents, and it's purposely led from parent perspective, and I'll plug the parent guardian guide that we're creating, and it'll be released in the near future as well, because it'll speak to this as well, alongside many other items. But this is really showing not only our legal obligation, but our ethical and moral obligation, our obligation as well as your policies that we have, and our administrative guidelines around different areas that unfortunately we have to help families navigate and help students navigate. And it's difficult circumstances. And I want to just really bring light to the intention of building this. It starts with the parent perspective. We want parents to understand there are outlets when things aren't going according to expectations, specifically when it comes to bullying, harassment, discrimination, suicide, or threats of violence. And we start in my presentation, I don't want to be too redundant, but otherwise we're kind of eliminating the purpose of a flipped presentation. But I want parents to understand, and we've been working really closely with our administration on how those conversations should unfold at that school level first. And that is what this first page does, is it explains what the parent should expect when they're bringing forward concerns that fall into these categories. And that is an honest conversation, an honest opportunity to be heard on what's happening. And then the ability to explain to a parent, here are the paths that we have available that might be applicable based on the concerns that you're articulating. So again, we're working on training administration. We've had several sessions on this. We have a legal session coming up in September as well with them. But then it goes on to explain a few more components. One is the ultimate goal is to keep students safe, learning, and the community safe as well. Where does the board come in? Well, there's several policies that I mentioned in the presentation that guide not only the district organization, the board superintendent relationship, but also policies around bullying, harassment, threat assessment, suicide, and threats. That's where this table comes into play. The table is really articulating what is the category, so bullying, for example. What are the policies, laws, and guidelines that exist that we are required to follow when we hear allegations? Where does it live? Bullying investigations will generally live at the school administration level. And then what are tools, training, and guidance beyond the policy, beyond the guidelines? We've also done ample trainings with different stakeholder groups. We've provided tools or resources to help move through investigations in a way that is supportive. We provided expectations and guidelines for administration on writing the the findings, reducing the findings to writing. Sorry, it's getting late. And so on. So I won't go over what I went for each of these categories, but I think it's important for the board to see that we are doing what is needed when it comes to Shonda is here. She's a compliance officer, much like I am. Stacy is here because she supports students, particularly students with physical, mental impairments or disabilities, which has also created guidance for if they're the perpetrator or the victim. What happens then? What does the IEP, the 504 need to do? What do we need to consider? What conversation should we be having? So we're intentionally here in case there are additional questions from board members to bring forth these different lenses and how we move through the work, not only from a compliance standpoint, but also a supportive standpoint. I added outcomes. It's not data you haven't seen before, but I would be remiss if I didn't say what we're doing, though we can't draw just one correlational line to the highest lever, but what we are doing with the work around this concept, with the work around safety, behavior, is yielding results. Lastly, we took the 16 items you'll see at the bottom of this are actual responses that came out of actual investigations of these nature. These were not made up. These were not theoretical. These were pulled directly from reports or directly from responses that were done by myself, by Shonda. Stacy may have had a hand in it. Our legal counsel, Renee Aldana, who I believe is on Zoom right now, if you have any legal questions. These all are things that happened as a result of investigations. There is no time limit. We will listen and take in concerns and act on them regardless of how much time has lapsed. And parents have a right and need to know that there are paths for these specific concerns when we hear about them, and staff are trained to make sure they come to compliance officers when they hear of them. Now, that said, like anything, and you've been paying attention to our work the last 2 years, people were using codes like harassment and discrimination fairly loosely because they were available in IC. They're still available, but we've trained people. This is an investigation. Don't pull bullying down unless you've contacted X, Y, and Z and done X, Y, and Z. That said, we're humans. They're still happening. We're getting better, but we're still working on that as well.
I'll try to stay on the topic that is agendaed. But earlier this meeting, I expressed my disappointment and flat out anger with the situation we're dealing with miscalculation. The anger stems from the fact that the work you've just heard relayed over the last 30 minutes is excellent work. And I don't want our culture to get poisoned from not acknowledging good professional work or acknowledging the need for us to continue to strive for good work because of a challenge that we're facing. And so I would just ask the board and the community continue to hold us at a high level of expectations, but also realize that we're humans. And also realize that these humans are doing really amazingly good work. Thank you to you, Mr. Pena, and your team. I think this document, and I know Ms. Aldana helped author this as well.
Yeah, we should give her a moment too.
And I want her, and that's my entry point of letting her speak in a second. That this document is, you won't find this in a lot of school districts that gives guidance to parents or concerned community members on how to handle a concern if you see it. And so I'm really proud of the work that we've developed here to give clarity so you don't have to rely on a person that you know on the school board, or you don't have to rely on talking to a staff member that you're comfortable with. There are protocols and structures in place that we are relying on that you won't find in other districts. But Renee, thank you for sticking with us. Is there anything that you would add that would profit the board from hearing?
So good evening, everybody. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. I can just add right now before any questions that the policies are all there in the materials. They're guided by and grounded in the law and district's obligation to create environments that are free of harassment, discrimination, and bullying. And so the message tonight really is, here are the policies, and making sure that anyone who has concerns knows that they exist, but not only do they exist, but that the implementation efforts that you've seen are here in these materials. Like Luke said, there's no limit on a timeline. If something happened a while ago, it's important to know about it so that we can address it, and so that we can make sure that any effects are remedied to the greatest extent possible. We want to make sure that everybody knows where, how it works, but that it's actually implemented. And then that's a community effort, and we need for that collaboration. And so we hope that this is helpful, but we're happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Mr. Meyer, before I take any questions, is this a good spot to take questions in your presentation? Okay. Mr. Meyer?
So, so we can hear it from the true experts, Attorney Aldana and Luke and his staff. There is no complaint that's too old. That if a student with disabilities was injured and it was a number of years ago, if those parents come to us or we hear about it in any way, shape, or form, we are required to, and if we're not required, we want to investigate in case there's something we can fix that's still, latent in our culture or in our staffing or in our training. We want to know about stuff, even if it's old.
Yeah, Renee, if you want to answer that legally, and I'll answer it morally and ethically. For me, not only is there a legal obligation, but it's really about, is there something still lingering in our system, whether it's a staff member's belief or mindset or actions, might looking at something that's several years old teach us something now, or cause us to intervene or fix something. So no.
And my second observation is that parents of students with disabilities or anyone else advocating for them, there is not a requirement that the complaint or the report be worded according to a certain policy number or right? I mean, it's like in the public records request. If you say FOIA, well, there's no FOIA in Wisconsin, but the courts have said everybody knows what that means. That's a Wisconsin public records request. Similarly here, if somebody, there shouldn't be a thought that if you don't, or maybe a thought that you should file, for example, a 9130 general issue resolution complaint. No, if you all learn about a problem, magic words don't have to be used by anyone.
Yeah, we say that a lot. There are no magic words that trigger this. And that's where that conversation with the parent becomes really important, because they might be saying words that are defined differently by them than they are by us or by law. So it's about that conversation and creating space and time to hear the concerns and to articulate, here are potential paths that might be applicable. What does this path mean? What's the timeline there? Who's doing it? What does that mean? Is it an attorney, the principal, you as a director or chief? In explaining that. So it isn't about a magic word, a path. It's about listening to the concern and helping the parent and collectively sort of identifying, this is the path we're on, or multiple paths, and here's how we're going to get through it.
Or even if a board member, out of ignorance, voices a concern and doesn't use the right magic words, it's still just as much an advocacy for those students as anyone else. And I've talked with you, Mr. Pinion. I've talked with Attorney Aldana over something that I brought to you, and I have the highest respect for how you handled it and how you educated me about these things. And I think we will certainly be far better board culture to know these things moving forward.
I thank you for that. And I think part of the frustration Shonda and I might share is that when we don't know about it, we can't act in alignment with some of these, right? Some of bullying and other things might not involve us every time. But if we don't know, or if parents aren't coming to the right avenues, But that doesn't excuse, right, school staff not directing them. They're trained, they understand if there's harassment, discrimination, it's coming to a compliance officer. So there's a human element in it, but that's where we come in to provide, again, I hate banging on the systems and process drum. But this is really about, does everyone understand that system and the process of how you move through these types of concerns?
And I feel so good. I had a phone conversation today. And it wasn't good that there was the substance in the conversation, but I felt good that I had a better sense for what to do. And the supreme confidence that there's people inside who won't apply the rules and the practices and the techniques clerically, that you will all use professional judgment and balancing tests about rights. I mean, somebody said, well, I know somebody who knows somebody who their child is being on a recurring basis bullied. Well, school year's just started. And I said, well, they need to talk to the building administration, just like you told me. And then it goes to you, then it goes to Dr. Means. And so as a board member, I will hear them and direct them to the appropriate resource. And then they let me know, is it working out? Well, if it's not working out, then I know, well, then you need to talk with, somebody from your staff. There's an escalation progression here for handling things.
And when we do it well, we often will get appeals to things like a bullying investigation. It is very easy for me to call up that principal or associate principal and say, where's the paper trail? Like, show us the work that was done, and then it either happened or it didn't. So again, it's about setting the expectations and a clear process for people to follow.
And sometimes don't we find out that the perpetrator, alleged perpetrator themselves, are engaging in undesirable behaviors because we haven't served them as well as we should.
Certainly.
That they maybe have disabilities as well, or maybe they need some kind of interventions. And it's not an excuse. And it doesn't mean we should let the victim continue to be a victim, but we're serving both ends of this thing now professionally and effectively using, analysis and judgment rather than clerical road step by step.
Absolutely. And that's why Stacy and her team helped develop the guidelines for students with disabilities who are involved in these types of investigations, regardless of which angle they're involved from.
Thank you.
I'd just like to add to that, and this is more of just a catch-up question for myself. Do we have policy in place for if we have like an altercation or there's bullying between two students that have an IEP or two students that have disabilities where something within those frameworks conflict? Like how is that handled, or do we have a general plan for that?
Yep. So we have a board policy that spells out the bullying investigation itself. And then the administrative guideline that accompanies that bullying policy spells out a 3-step process. So that process, the investigation, will look the same in terms of the components and the structure of the investigation. Stacy, do you want to speak a little bit of what you developed to his other part of that question regarding if it's students with disabilities and what you've developed internally to guide?
Yeah, anytime we have a student with a disability identified or not yet identified, could be identified, we really want to treat that child and just think about the supportive measures. And that can be, do we have the right goals in place? How can we set this child up for success? Regardless if they are considered to be the victim or not, we want to make sure we're setting them up to not get into those situations again. So we now have procedures where anytime the child or a child at risk could be part of an investigation, a safety investigation, we call that, regardless if it's bullying, any of the harassment, any of those. We follow the same process of holding an IEP, looking at the situation. How can we protect the child, one, so that it doesn't happen again, but also, is there more we could be doing? Are there needs that we have not yet addressed? So we do that for not just one child, but all children, so both children. Side if it's 2 children with disabilities, we hold IEP team meetings with both sets of parents and both sets of teams to say, how are we supporting this child? We have processes in place now. And we've done multiple trainings with our special education staff on what's needed for those times. So. samples of ways that we can do protective measures? What does that look like? What are possible goals we could consider? So.
And this is just one really specific concrete example of a process and a system that didn't exist that we're now refining because it's in place. We've trained people on it. Now we just have to make sure we're doing it well and that people understand and are following what we've set in place. But this, you'll learn quickly. Our division, it may be not unique in the sense that we've had to do a lot of foundational process and guidelines of that nature over the last couple of years. And this year, we're hoping to not need to introduce much more, but really refine what we've done.
Great, thank you. One of the questions that I have is, or request that I have is, can you send this document to the board as just kind of I would love to have this in my starred Google Doc, like kind of like sitting in the background so I can easily quickly find it if someone were to come forward and review. My context that I operate within is within higher ed is something called the Clery Act that requires on college and university campuses where there's several folks who are mandatory reporters. So you may report and then it's investigated by various different offices. So I think the key piece is for both certainly the board, and it sounds like you've done really thorough work with all of the different administrative groups. You'll continue to do that. And then I'm curious, my question is, how can we make sure that we're communicating with families? And I suspect you've got plans for that, but I think it'd be helpful to give you an opportunity to amplify that.
Well, we have a really good communications director who may or may not still be here, but really working closely with her. I think the Guardian Guide was going to be a really great example of us trying to work with and connect and empower parents with information that will help them navigate the complexities of school territory in student services, special education. But really it's about getting it in front of students beyond what the district is, or getting it in front of families, beyond what the district is doing as a whole district-wide, ensuring that our schools, right? I think a lot of families pay particular attention to those school communications. So making sure it's replicated in those formats as well.
And for students with disabilities, we formalize that through an IEP meeting and sit down and talk about protecting with the family. They're part of that. So they're aware of what we're doing to protect their child. They're engaged in that conversation. So it's really important that they're part of that process with us.
Shonda also has a couple parent groups that you may want to speak to, other avenues of getting this in front of families that might.
Another one is through our MIPA organization, the Multi-Ethnic Parent Organization, and this topic was discussed and it'll be discussed in the upcoming years as well.
How about kids? How does the kid self-report? They're being bullied.
Typically, they will go to any of their school support adults, but they know most recently that if they are having a situation that's bullying, a lot of kids will go directly to their DIA advocate and request advocacy from elementary all the way through high school.
Yep. And then we have done or initiated investigations from Speak Up, Speak Out, the anonymous tip reporting line that has given us leads to look into different items. I think it really comes down to the trusted adult. Does the student have someone they feel comfortable telling? Or oftentimes it's a peer that might be sharing something they heard from the student affected.
Really just being broad in our understanding. We're talking about safety investigations. So any child who's not feeling safe, we should start as adults asking the right questions to make sure we are looking into that. We're not looking into bullying. We're looking at the kids feeling safe at their school. So making sure.
I would also say this is a lot of the work of administration that people don't see or know is happening behind the scenes.
Just one follow-up to that, just curious, how do students currently self-report if those students have a disability where it makes it hard for them to advocate for themselves or even remember what happened throughout the course of the day?
So we, not only is it reporting, but then you also are, thanks to the board and the identification of making sure we have really solid, good caseloads for our students. It's knowing your students, looking for the things that are different. It's not just about their reporting, but their difference in their behavior. Like most of is remaining curious in everything that we're witnessing, observing for students, more than just the words that they say. So really going back to those culturally responsive learning techniques of building strong relationships, knowing your kids, that's the foundation of all of that, is that the kids feel safe with trusted adults at school. So it's part of it.
Seeing no other final questions, thank you for your work and look forward to continuing to hear about the impact of the efforts that you have in place.
Thank you. And thank you, Renee, for being here tonight.
Absolutely. Thanks, everybody.
We are now moving into strategic goal 4, high quality staff.
Evening.
Good evening.
The first item on our Goal 4 report relates to our staffing update. And we have many things to be very proud of. We have 6 calendar days away from the start of school. Our admin team has done an amazing job of filling the fewer vacancies that we've had this past summer. Our retention rate for teachers as well as all educators in Wauwatosa remains about 90%. 89.9, I think, is our voluntary teacher retention rate. And we filled about 99% of our teaching positions. I sent out 2 more offers during the board meeting this evening. And we have 97% of our educational and operational positions filled as well. Those represent the highest levels that I've seen during my tenure in the district. We did make some adjustments in our staffing plan over the summer. We had a couple changes in our support staff positions where we changed an allocation from one building to the other or changed the type of position. We moved around a couple sections based on elementary, in particular, enrollment. And we did have some challenges with a couple of positions that were ultimately very hard to fill. We looked for a French teacher practically the entire summer and did not end up with a single applicant through our application management system. So we had to make some hard decisions to go ahead and collapse some sections and make do with our existing certified staff that we had in the district. The only place that we made additions to our staffing plan is for our school at Vel Phillips. You may recall that that particular program is fully reimbursed by the state of Wisconsin. And so adding services there to grow the program and meet the specific needs of those students while we do run those funds through our books, we receive full reimbursement for that and are excited to about what we can offer there this year too.
Thank you. Can I ask, can you share a little bit more? I've heard some rumblings from families who were under the impression that we are getting rid of French at the secondary schools. And can you share a little bit about where we're at, kind of what the future holds for this, efforts that will be in place? And this speaks to, I think, what you described it as, and as you've shared this in the past, the challenge of getting hard to fill in unique positions. French secondary language teachers are not in abundance. I shared earlier, we found a physics teacher, and physics secondary teachers are not in abundance, and it is hard to find, recruit, and retain them. Can you share a little bit more about kind of where we are? That's one specific example, but that's facing not just us, but I suspect, I mean, not French specifically, but just about every district in the state and across the nation.
Sure. Another example of a position that we were not able to fill was our tech ed position that served both East and West. And so in those circumstances, we were very fortunate that we only had 2 positions like that. Where I started my education career in northern Wisconsin, have had those challenges for even longer. And so with the resources and the options that we had in Wauwatosa, working with our academic performance team and our schools, we made decisions then based on the staffing, the FTE that we do have access to, what sections can we offer and what sections did we need to go ahead and collapse. So at this point in time, there have been no decisions related to the future of French or world languages in Wauwatosa, though we did come off an audit this past year, and the academic performance team has planned and had even some conversations this spring about future recommendations related to world language offerings. offerings in the district. But it's really the confluence of our two teams in terms of when we see that we're not able to go ahead and, fill that assignment based on the interest that's coming in for student registrations, how do we go ahead and move forward and make the best decisions we can currently and in the future as well.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Board questions or comments on the staff report? We've got, sounds like very few positions. I know when parents get that, the who's your teachers and it says staff, there's always like a little bit of a gulf. How will we communicate to families when we're filling positions and kind of sharing what's the plan for making sure kids are getting a good quality education in that class?
Typically, those communications come right from the buildings in terms of, again, I said that I sent out a couple offers this evening. I certainly hope that those staff members are in place on June 3rd. There's some logistics to move through, but staff members at the school are communicating with families, not only who those teachers are and when they're going to be ready, but how we're supporting them and getting them up to speed.
So that'd be a good one. If a parent has concerns or anxieties, reach out to the principal.
For sure.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing no other board questions or comments, should we move into B, action to approve Wauwatosa School District Employee Health Insurance Plan? And Dr. Worley, I'm going to ask that you read this.
I pass. And someone else read it.
Would someone else be willing to read this one?
Recommended that the school board approve the Wauwatosa School District Employee Health Insurance Plan for 2024-2025 at next week.
May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Who's else asking?
Yes, thank you. I would just share some information and about some questions that have arisen, over the past week or so since last we talked. One of the questions that arose related to some of our conversation this evening was about whether or not the financial challenges that we're experiencing with the health insurance plan are related to the budget miscalculations. And that is not the case. Last August, it was actually August 12th, I sat in this very similar position and shared with you the fact that we were estimating our health plan to run over budget by about 16.7%. And that was equivalent to just under $2.3 million. So we have been seeing the fact that our health plan is not running in a way that we can sustain financially for a year now. And so while the budget challenges on top of that are unwanted, the health plan in and of itself has needed some correction. And last year, we took an extra piece of time to go ahead and look at some other strategies. The strategy that we used last year by implementing a second tier of coverage for our health insurance providers was effective. We're not facing a 16.7% increase right now. We're facing about an 11.5 to 12% increase right now. So we were effective in stemming some of those increases in costs, but we could not keep up with medical and prescription inflation, the more employees who were on the health plan, and the increase in costs we had in that way. You also may remember that last year, when we were faced with that 16.7% increase, the strategies that we brought to you were also related to employee cost sharing. They were things like adding co-pays, increasing the deductible, strategies that, again, shared the increases in costs with employees. We did not last year recommend an employee premium contribution. The employee premium contributions are very common. I remember back in the 2000s, we had employee premium contributions on my school district health insurance plan in northern Wisconsin. Neither myself nor our benefits consultants know of any public school district in Wisconsin that does not have some level of employee premium contribution. Typically, cost sharing for school districts is some balance between employees paying the deductible and employees sharing the premium contribution. And in those respects, that is the cost share. And each school district has a different level of that. In the most recent survey that I did of southeastern Wisconsin school districts, employee premium contributions are somewhere between 4 and 20%. Some school districts, like we're proposing, offer multiple plan options so that employees can choose where they think their dollars are best spent than others. And other school districts offer just a single plan. And really, they manage that plan to best meet their financial needs. Again, pulling those levers of cost sharing or co-pays, co-insurance, whatever they are, so that they can oftentimes avoid substantial increases, both for employees as well as the school district. One of the questions that we've been asked fairly regularly is when our health plan is running better, running more in a more financially sustainable direction, what are we able to do? And I look forward to getting to the point where financially we can go ahead and provide some relief to employees. And so whether that means a premium holiday or some type of a rebate or additional health savings account contributions, we are committed to doing that once we right size what our health insurance plan looks like. It has been a luxury that we've enjoyed to this point to be able to not have an employee premium share for our health insurance. I don't think we can continue that further, hence the recommendation that we've prepared for you. I would also commit to the fact that our very odd health plan year that runs from October 1 to September 30th, we will absolutely work with our benefits consultants, USI, to go ahead and better align that to our fiscal and contract year, so that there is not this question of when we're going to know what our health plan renewal looks like. Again, we're going to have to use some strategies to make that work based on the design of our health plan. But we can come up with some options and bring those forward once we get through this renewal.
Questions and comments from the board? Mark?
Thank you. I think you've done an outstanding job describing the situation, and your opinions are, from my mind, outstanding. We're lucky to have you as all these other directors as well. My struggle, and it's quite a struggle inside me, and you specifically pointed to it at the end of your discussion, the need to align the fiscal and contract year with our health plan year. And when it comes to money, I'm pretty cold, because if you're out of money, you're out of money. And that's a cold fact. And told by Mr. Ecker that we will be out of cash by maybe December or January. And then therefore we will have to short-term borrow. And I'm sure we will short-term borrow. So we won't go broke. And, but my struggle is, and I've said in the last meeting that everybody was warned, at least by me, that if we raise salaries, we need to instead look at total benefits. And if assumptions don't work out, predictions don't work out, then benefits will have to be cut. And that is at hand now. And they aren't bad benefits, but they are cut benefits. And to me, if I were an employee, and I believe this myself, if I signed a contract in the summer or sometime, and I did my household budget and I looked at the healthcare, well, technically, I know that the health plan could be revised in October. But I've taken new jobs before, and there's the technically, and then there's what you actually understand. And I'm a pretty smart guy, and I took a couple jobs from time, over my career that I didn't really understand, or I just didn't get it, and I should have, but life was busy and kids at home, single parent, all this stuff, So to me, it comes down to this is a bait and switch, and not on purpose, but it is. And it feels wrong. And now we have a problem. And somebody, for those employees who are living paycheck to paycheck, and I was one of those employees way back in the day, what are they going to do here? And because they've signed a contract, they've committed to come to work for us. We've promoted ourselves as this teacher employee, supporting employer. And it comes down to we have a problem now. And for this current year, who is going to have to pull out their credit card? Is it going to be these employees, or is it going to be the school district? And I'm 100% opposed to short-term borrowing. I think as a long-term solution, it's wasteful and poor management. But on an occasional emergency basis, maybe it's not wise to say absolutely no short-term borrowing, because then you end up parking more money than you need to park, and your money isn't being utilized and to some extent. So for this, I have to say that I have to, I think as an employer, we should stand up and back those families, those employees who trusted us, or at least whether it was rational or not is another conversation, okay? Whether they should have known or not is another conversation. But they believed in us, and now this is happening. And maybe it should be the school district that does more short-term borrowing this year in order to get these employees through this current year, and then make it really, really clear the next time you sign a contract, this is what's could happen, or we're trying to realign. So that's my perspective. I in no way do I disagree with you. In no way do I disagree with you. It comes down to what kind of an employer are we now? And is this right? And my answer to that is, I don't want to be that kind of employer that does this if we can help it. And because I don't think it's right. Just thank you.
Dr. Worley.
First of all, I want to thank you for all the hours of dedication you put in. You answered a lot of questions from me today. I'm also finding this one of the hardest votes, like last year at this time. I think that we did get some warning. I think we knew or were told and needed to pay attention to where this is going. And so I want to go slightly a different path, because what I'm starting to understand with your help and others is to break this as an ongoing cycle. We need to move to this kind of employee contribution because it's hurting us more and more each year compared to other districts around us. And that to me is a really key aha that you helped me to get as I was trying to compare plan what I could get a hold of from other districts. But I also am very struck that I'm not hearing, I don't want to pay anything at all. What I'm hearing is this jump is so much that it's going to make really difficult situations like you're speaking to. So we need to get out of that zero contribution. I know we're already trying to do like the HSA. Maybe you could speak a little bit to how that will help potentially alleviate this. But what I'm seeing is that it's the $82 to $139 a month. It's like if that were 50 or 60, it's a stepping stone. And I don't know how to get there. And I know we're running out of time. But the feedback I'm hearing is not so much no contribution. It's the jump in terms of for some of our staff being able to make that change from one pay year to the next pay year. And so I hate to make more work. I just feel like there's a pretty strong message out there that we're putting some folks at high risk. And I know you feel that too. I can't imagine how you are managing through this. So thank you for all your efforts.
May I add?
I'm gonna go
Okay,
Dr.
thank you.
Clayton.
Yep, I understand.
I mean, I have very similar feelings about this. This feels terrible. And we heard from a lot of staff over the last week or so about their personal experience of how this is going to impact them. And while we can look at means and medians and that, you know, like when it comes down to the individual educator or the individual employee, and they had banked on this amount of money being, you know, part of their salary, and now it's not, and that changes how they can pay their bills. I have a really hard time because teacher contracts had to be signed before we were able to give them this information. And I understand now in a way I think I didn't a couple of weeks ago, like why that is. And I would love to see us align that better so that in the future we don't have that sort of discrepancy in time so people know what they're committing to before they sign that contract. I'm also looking at like where our fund balance is and what we thought it was going to be compared to what it is. And I was trying to look back. I have like a recollection that we had a recent policy or a conversation around a minimum fund balance that we were.
It was proposed.
It was proposed.
We didn't pass it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we're well below that number now. I think like Dr. Worley, my struggle is there anything different? Anything that, again, doesn't cost us the sort of full, almost 4 million, I think it is, for this year, but also doesn't put all of that on the backs of our educators. I think somebody had emailed us and asked about like tiered options. Don't know if that's ever possible or if there are exemptions for certain employees who make a certain level, or there's anything else we can do for those employees that are going to be really financially impacted. Particularly, I'm thinking about our newer employees who, you know, are pretty low on the pay scale still.
One of the challenges of implementing premium contributions is that if we look at our employee group as a whole, we don't just have teachers who are newer on the salary schedule, but we have hourly employees who don't necessarily work the same number of days in every pay period. And generally speaking, those are our lowest paid employees, education assistants, et cetera. Those employees are already having to go ahead and pay up to have access to family insurance if they need it, because their benefits come with single insurance offered by the district, but not for family. So we have work to go ahead and create some language so we're not charging, again, our lowest paid employees, you know, the 10 or 15% employee contribution plus then the extra cost of what a family plan is. So we have, we have looked at some of those things. I guess I would share two things. I do not like making any of these changes. I've worked very hard to go ahead and put together plans for compensation that make compensation more competitive with our peer districts. And I think there are many indicators showing that we've moved in the right direction. The argument that I wouldn't have stayed or I would have not signed my contract had I known about this change begs the question, where would you go to find less of a payment than we offer? And there is not any place. You know, some districts offer higher premium contributions or lower deductibles or some combination thereof, but we're all within a similar range in terms of what employees are paying for insurance. The reason our premiums got as high as they did is that we didn't make these changes years ago when other school districts were doing them. So now when you look at 10 or 15% of the cost of that monthly premium, it's a larger number than we want it to be. That is absolutely true. I don't have anything to offer in terms of other options that we have. One of the premises that we took to coming up with this proposal was, what are the simplest adjustments that keep us on par with other public school and other employers that move in the direction we need to in terms of how upside down our plan is running right now. And that's how we came with these options. We have a very short amount of time to go ahead and run our open enrollment and get ready for October 1st. We could look at co-pays. We could look at co-insurance. Really, honestly, those are kind of nickel and diming our way, to get rid of the deficit. These are, again, what I would say would be the simplest, most consistent changes that other school districts have implemented long before us. And I wish there was something more than that. Scott, I don't know if you have anything to add.
I think I'm just reflecting on how difficult it is to balance the discussion we had earlier about sticking to a budget and the ramifications of that. And then at the same time, honoring our employees and being competitive and kind of all those conversations. But what it comes back to for me is I truly feel like to maintain this level of, frankly, we are now basically at the median of pay for most employees to about 20 years. We have probably the most expensive health plan. We have the best or very near the best class size ratio. It's not sustainable to have all of those things. And frankly, if a choice is made those are the levers we have to pull. And what I hear is, hey, Scott, make sure the budget gets balanced. And if we're running an overage, let's fix it. I could see myself then coming to the board in January and saying, hey, now we have to have fewer people. And so the choice kind of becomes, it ultimately will at some point be, do we want fewer people so that we can provide healthcare for everyone that's still here? Or do we want to keep the people?
What was said earlier this evening was the triangle: cheap, good, or what was it?
Good, cheap, fast, pick two. And in this case, to jump on what Mr. Eckers had said, personally, I've followed a lot of this discussion in all of the previous meetings and review that I've done. I'm not as aware as everyone else, but I am quasi aware of where this thing is at. I mean, number one, I personally would take either option in a heartbeat. This is almost an order of magnitude less than what others have to pay. Although I do understand that it's also an infinite order of magnitude greater than what people are used to paying. So it's a hard discussion. It's an inevitable thing. It's going to have to happen. It's whether we do it now or whether we do it later. And with health insurance, we all know that the prices do nothing but go up, and that trend will continue. So the good, fast, and cheap part of this is that if we want it to stay really good, which my perception is this is probably one of the best current plans I've ever seen, want it to be really good, and we want it to be really cheap to our employees, well, then the fast component is the performance for us and how does it perform for the district, and which means it's not going to perform well. That's the part of that triangle. If we're going to increase two sides of the triangle, that third side gets really, really short. And where it's at right now, I don't think it's sustainable. I couldn't cast a vote on this because I'm not informed enough. However, it's just I know it's something we're gonna have to deal with at some point because the route it's on is not going to work. So we're 14 years in to a basically 2 years of zero funding school districts in Wisconsin, where the state said state employees, school district employees start paying different amounts for benefits. And we'll celebrate how we've approached this and wish maybe years ago there would have been this would have been a slight bump. I remember after Act 10 occurred, being a state employee working at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee, the variation in our benefits flip in the calendar year. So from between December and January. And I think it was about an $800 cut in take-home pay. And how hard that is and how much I want to avoid doing that. And many of my colleagues are thinking the same things of how do we smooth that for those who have the least? And I would ask that we continue to explore that in as creative of ways as possible. My biggest solution is that we need to pay our teachers more. And we need resources. I'll keep coming back to this. We have a choice. We know that our teachers need salaries that are competitive. I'm fine for about this moment being at the median. I'd like to see us in the top third of compensation. I would love for teachers a year from now to say, yep, we were not happy with how this played out, but that we've showcased that we've changed the year of when the benefits are available, that they have the information. I still am hopeful that the community will put the money and resources they need, that we can pay our educators at a higher level. And I'm certainly committed to making that our primary priority. I want great curriculum in front of our kids. I want great teachers teaching our kids, and I want the resources to do both. So the teachers are supported and the kids are supported in the things that Luke and his team talked about tonight, that the teachers have all the resources they need to thrive. So I don't think I don't know how we do everything with the current resources we have. And that's why we've gone to the community and we need community support to do this. I understand that not changing the benefits right now is going to create ongoing downstream impacts that next year will be even a higher percentage. And it could be substantially higher. That this will, and the question I have is, will we see a smoothing? Are we likely to see a smoothing out? What do our benefits consultants say about, I know we all pay insurance. We all experience it creeping up in different ways, or slightly higher deductibles or slightly higher premiums. My experience is that it was a big gulp at year one, and then it's little bits here and there. Never enjoyable to pay more of, but that we need to double down on continuing to push greater teacher compensation. Ms. Olszewski, I recognize that you've done incredible work at fixing a lot of broken things in pay scales, in compensation structures for all different types of employees all over the organization. And I celebrate you and your team for doing that. I just need to publicly state we're not where we need to be yet, so that when our teachers feel like, okay, this feels like a step back for what our values and priorities are, we have to continue to take steps forward. And I don't doubt that there's not a single person in this room that doesn't believe that that's the case. But I remember who amongst my colleagues said it, we have to be a place where teachers view, I think it was Mr. Meyer, that this is a place where teachers have great support. They're valued in the community. They're celebrated for being great teachers and producing excellent results. And they're compensated as exceptional professionals when they're doing
it. That's a little more than I said, but it sounds good. So if you want to give me credit, I'll take
at least a little part of it. I was trying.
All right.
So part of the larger conversation tonight has been the budget situation, the overall situation. I do just want to remind the community that this board did vote to go to a higher referendum than the administration suggested. And the big spend in what we voted for was for an additional $2 million per year that would go directly to classroom student facing positions. So I know that this is gonna be the hardest vote I've taken probably since I have started my time on the board. I've also asked Dr. Means a lot of questions about how we could lower the impact on our staff for this year. And some of the responses I've received is that because this is the first year, and you sort of spoke to this too, that we're increasing employee cost share, we'll have more options next year. So I had suggested like, can we even have a higher deductible plan? Some families don't anticipate that they're gonna have high medical costs. I'm one of those families, so we take a high deductible plan and we pay a little bit less in the premium. We sort of have that with these options, but so I think much to Eric's point, this is if this passes, is gonna be a really tough point for our staff. And I know that you have thought a lot about that part of this decision too. But I am hopeful that we'll have better options next year. I really hope that you can get this to align with the calendar year instead of October. I think that makes it really tricky, especially for people who have spouses and they can't switch to their spouse's pen because of how ours is lined up. So I'm hopeful that you'll get that done. I have faith in you and your team. And just a reminder that this shines a light on the Aboriginal referendum. What we get from the it's like the operational referendum passing is that extra $2 million to go to help pay our staff. Thank you for all of your work and your team's work.
I want to emphasize, Chief of Talent Zaleski, I think you've done your job. You've done it extraordinarily well, and you've made the right recommendation. And now it's a board decision. And that's as is appropriate. So the board doesn't want to take your advice, it's on the board. If the board takes your advice, that's on the board too. So either way, that's what it means to be. The buck stops with us. It's our decision now. And it comes down to the basics that I said. Who's going to borrow here to get through the year until we can fix this next year, as we're alluding to? And are we even as a district in a position to borrow given the spot we're in? Or to borrow more than we're already going to need to, So, okay, so thank you very much for what you've done.
Are you ready to call the roll on this item?
Mr. Morris, Dr. Hoig,
Yes.
Mr. Wadier,
Abstain.
Dr. Worley,
Yes.
Ms. Hammer Rolland,
Yes.
Mr. Meyer,
No.
Dr. Jessup Banger,
Yes. That item passes.
Thank you for your direction. I look forward to bringing more options to you in the future. We have two other action items for you. The next would be approving self-funding for our dental plan.
It is recommended that the school board approve the change to self-funding for Wallingford School District employee dental health. Dental insurance benefits and ISO.
Second.
Any board conversation on this item?
It saves us money with no disruption.
Summers, please call the roll.
Mr. Morris, Dr. Hoig,
Yes.
Mr. Wadier,
Yes.
Dr. Worley,
Yes.
Ms. Hammer Rolland,
Yes.
Mr. Meyer,
Yes.
Dr. Jessup Banger.
Yes. And that item passes. Next up, action to approve health insurance stop loss carrier for the 24-25 plan year.
It is recommended that the school board approve the health insurance stop loss carrier for the 24-25 plan year, and I so move.
May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any board discussion on this or?
Saves us money, no disruption.
Please call the roll.
Mr. Morris, Dr. Hoyk,
Yes.
Mr. Wadier,
Yes.
Dr. Worley,
Yes.
Ms. Hammer Rolland,
Yes.
Mr. Meyer,
Yes.
Dr. Jessup Banger.
Yes. And that item passes. It is 10:51 PM. A couple housekeeping items for both the community and the board. We have scheduled a 6:30 PM meeting tomorrow evening. We will have a single agenda item. It has been posted publicly during this meeting. You are welcome to be here virtually or in person for that.
Is that for the board? I forgot what the rules are for our virtual attendance.
It's open. Yeah, we can attend virtually.
We can convert.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You just have to put your face on at the
Okay.
beginning, and you have to have honor the environment that you're in, that you're,
Like dogs not barking and.
it's not that so much, because you can put a sign off, it's like, they're pretty good. Lots of-
Oh, I get it. Right. Okay.
You said that's.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to be sure I was operating appropriately tomorrow night.
Yeah, there's a policy.
Okay.
In tomorrow morning, bright and early is staff. We'll be welcoming all the staff back for the board who was able to attend opening day at Wildwood Coast West. Is that, I think breakfast starts at 6:30.
6:45.
6:45, program starts at 8?
Yeah.
May I have a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
May I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Summers, please call the roll.
Mr. Morris, Dr. Hoyk,
Yes.
Mr. Wadier,
Yes.
Dr. Worley,
Yes.
Ms. Hammer Rolland,
Yes.
Mr. Meyer,
Yes.
Dr. Jessup Banger.
Yes, and we're adjourned at 10:53 PM.